And over
Oh,
there.
okay. I'll tell.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test. Okay.
You're good. Yeah. Yeah, we can see the feed now. Okay, cool. Thanks. No, we're good now. Oh, check the quality though, because I changed the settings to 1080i. So I pretty much changed it from what it was last night. So just still good. Because I changed it from 10. Or should I? Do you want me to put it back to the way it was from last night? Okay. All right. As long as it's not squeezed, it looks okay. If nothing squeezed. Uh, the state, the riser, you mean? Not yet. We're waiting. But it was pretty much close to spot on to whatever. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Cool. Yes, I'm speaking now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 3, The Limitless Frontier, Space Force and the New Space Economy. Please welcome Representative Jim Cooper, General David Thompson,
Past 2 years have been incredibly exciting. Space, and I briefly with the broader sense of national security space. Our great partner NASA has been back to Mars, and they're flying helicopters on Mars now. We're now launching American astronauts from American soil on American rockets again, which I think is a huge return to capability, as well as in 2 weeks, about the time we celebrate our second birthday, they're going to launch, hopefully, perhaps the most significant space observatory since the Hubble telescope was launched decades ago. On the civil side, and we deal with civil as well, over the past 2 years, they have expanded rapidly. The number of active satellites in orbit has basically doubled in 2 years. We're approaching 5,000 active satellites. Most of that is a result of commercial innovation and investment. Satellites are increasing in number. They're getting smaller. They're getting more capable. So that's a key element of national security as well. And then, of course, there's the Space Force. And the creation of the Space Force and the impetus for that creation, you really see in the competition it's had over the last couple of years. In the fall of 2019, the Russians launched an on-orbit, what they called an inspector satellite. And in early 2020, that satellite maneuvered in dangerous and unprofessional manner next to one of our national security satellites. It then backed off and conducted a weapons test. It released a target and then shot a projectile at it. And of course, we all know what they did on the 15th of November, incredibly irresponsible and dangerous anti-satellite missile test. And of course, we've got the Chinese and the recent hypersonic test that they conducted here in July. And so that competition space has evolved rapidly as well. And really, that's the impetus for the creation of the Space Force, to deal with those issues, to create the professionals that we need, guardians who understand the domain, understand the challenges, understand how to operate and deal with them, create that professional environment, that professional set of organizations required to address those threats, but also to partner effectively with the commercial side and the civil side to really make space power for the nation what it needs to be.
Another big change since the last time this forum met in person, a new Congress, a new administration, and space has really proven to be one of those few areas where there has been some continuity between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. The Biden administration has, of course, supported the Space Force and supported NASA's Artemis program, and it retained the National Space Council, which met for the first time just this week. So, Congressman Jim Cooper, on the political side, how important is this continuity of purpose and policy in this domain, and were you surprised by it?
It's extremely important. Anyone who's been briefed on the threat is aware of the risk of a space Pearl Harbor. So the first vote in committee was 60-1 to set up the Space Force. And this was before President Trump had even paid any attention to this. His support helped, especially with certain Republican senators, but remember, the Armed Services Committees are about the last bastion of bipartisanship that's left in the entire Congress. So if we can't agree as Americans on the importance of national defense, then what sort of nation are we? We won't be a nation for long unless we can come together on these vital issues. So that bipartisanship is continuing. It's very strong with the Space Force. I'm delighted to see that. I'm delighted to see the hard work that General Thompson and General Raymond and others have put into standing up, as you say, the first news service since 1947. We're out of the habit of that. And we need new and innovative ways of thinking so we can meet and beat the threat. So good things are happening, but we got a long way to go.
Chris, the last time this forum happened, the L3 Harris merger was only a few months old. You were not even the CEO yet. So over the last 2 years, from industry's perspective, how would you say the Space Force is changing the game?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's good to see you again and honored to be on stage with these gentlemen. You know, when we formed L3 Harris, we were trying to create a sixth prime, give alternatives to our customers, and disrupt the market a little bit by bringing more competition. I'd say since then, in the last 2 years, there continues to be more and more consolidation and acquisition. I think we're all looking with great interest to see what gets approved, what doesn't get approved relative to the regulatory environment. And just 2 years ago when I was here, I was last night looking at that sponsor banner. And today, there's so many new entrants. There's all these Silicon Valley companies, there's commercial companies, and there seem to be more and more new entrants coming into this domain. So I think that's exciting for everybody and for our customers. I'll say with the Space Force being a relatively new organization, I gotta give a call out to General Thompson and Raymond because they've been reaching out to industry. They recently hosted a SWAC business fair to try to get industry involved, make us aware of the challenges and the problems, and bring us in to help try to solve some of these problems. So I think it's working and I think it's going well. So thank you for that.
I actually would like to spend quite a bit of time talking about acquisitions, and I know it doesn't sound like the most exciting thing that we're going to be talking about here today, but it really is so important and so central to the reason of why the Space Force was created. So bear with me here. We're going to do a round of questions on this. General, I'd like to touch a little bit more on what Chris was just talking about. For those that don't know, in October, the Space Force held SWAC, the Space Warfighting Analysis Center, held a first-of-its-kind business fair, an effort to really bring in the defense industry very early on and try to really give them a chance to help shape the future of the Space Force. And as you just heard Chris say, folks in the defense industry, by and large, really like that. And so I'm curious, General, did you think that business fair was a success? And can industry expect more of those kinds of things in the future?
Absolutely. Let me talk a little bit more about that industry fair if I can. While I'll tell you in an engineering and very specific systems design sense, obviously the space sector, our industry partners and the government for years have had very sophisticated capabilities. However, when it comes to performance modeling, threat modeling, survivability modeling, and cost modeling, and the ability to do that on a very large scale and a broad scale with a large set of concepts, we've never really developed that capability inside what I'll call the space community. And a lot of that is because we haven't been driven by the need to do campaign modeling analysis that the other domains have done to assess the effectiveness of their systems and forces. And we're really able to do that for the first time. In this industry fair, the leadership of our Space Warfighting Analysis Center, Mr. Andrew Cox and others, provided digital models for threats, provided the requirements we have, the performance expectations, their elements of cost analysis and assessment, said, here are the models, here's the digital models that we're using, gave them to industry, as noted, over 100 participants, and said, here's what we're thinking, here's the work we've done so far, go off, do some analysis of your own, do some innovation and design thinking of your own, and come back and show you how you would provide us solutions to our problems and solutions to our needs and challenges. Rather than what's also been typical in the past of the government, we think we know what we need and we want, and here's how we're going to do it. And so that element of, here's what we're thinking, here's the models we're using, go out and do your own thought and come back, is a little bit new and different. And the second element of that really is, in fact, it's our new service secretary who's famous for having said, in God we trust, all others must bring data. We finally have the kind of data that we need to do that mission analysis. And we've already done a prototype of that with a new missile warning, missile tracking, missile defense architecture that we need to shift to as a result of, among other things, the hypersonic challenges we face. So we've already prototyped that approach, and we expect to do this for mission area after mission area after mission area here in the future.
And so all of this, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is all part of the Space Force's effort to really speed up the development and acquisition of cutting-edge technology to keep us, the U.S., ahead of adversaries in space. But Congressman, you were one of the first, you were a very early advocate for the Space Force, and yet you've also simultaneously been quite critical of it recently. Back in October, you said that the Space Force is not moving fast enough. You said that it needs to step up its game. That was in October. Do you still feel that way now?
Well, General Thompson has said that I'm the Space Force's biggest supporter, along with my friend Mike Rogers, but also we're sometimes the biggest critics, because we can't afford to fail here. And think about it. It's great that the private sector is so much more innovative than our Air Force was, and we need to get the Space Force to be much more innovative and try to keep up with the private sector. But is it enough to shop from a catalog and put things that are commercially available out there? Will that meet and beat the threat? In some other areas of our national defense, we pride ourselves on being 10 or 20 years ahead of anything that's in any catalog. And to really be superior, we've got to go beyond Elon Musk's imagination, Jeff Bezos' imagination, beyond their pocketbooks. Budget right now is $17 billion, and that's a lot of money, but considering how crucial space is, are we doing enough? I'm excited because we're able to attract a lot of exciting talent to the Space Force. It's got a lot of buzz, but are the best minds in America leaving investment banking to go into the Space Force? Probably not. This is already a $500 billion industry. There are almost 2,000 companies. It's an amazingly exciting area. And we've got to make sure that our Space Force and Space Command are, as you say, at the cutting edge. And that means beyond what is commercially available. And I just hope we're getting there fast enough.
And so, Congressman, just how specifically would you want the Space Force and Space Command to do that? What specifically would you like to see them do to be moving faster, bolder, bigger, in your words?
The simplest way to put it is, and I think Mike Rogers and I have felt this way for a long time, the NRO has actually done a pretty amazing job. They're not as well known as some other agencies, the National Reconnaissance Office, but I had a recent side-by-side briefing with the NRO and Space Force. My conclusion after that briefing was, thank God for the NRO. I anxiously await the day that I can say the same about the Space Force.
General, I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to the Congressman's comments.
As Congressman Cooper noted, every time we meet, Congressman Cooper asks what he can continue to do to help, and my request of him is always the same. Continue to be our strongest supporter and our toughest critic, and I can say this morning he continues to perform effectively in both of those roles.
Chris, let's bring you into the conversation.
I think they're doing fine without
Oh,
me.
well, should we just keep this going? You're good down there? There's been more than 100 acquisition reform panels over the year. You sat on a very notable one back in 2009, but that was 12 years ago. And the U.S. is still having the same conversations. Space Force is new, but we're still having the same conversations. So from industry's perspective, how can we move faster to outpace our adversaries, and what needs to happen for something to finally really change?
Okay, well, clearly you've done your research here, but it was actually the Ron Kadish panel, which, General Kadish was the first head of the MDA, so it's kind of interesting that we bring his name up here 12 years later. Like all the acquisition reform studies, of which there's been 100, I think we came up with the same exact recommendations that Jack Gansler did in 2007. So the last thing we need is another acquisition study. I think there's been hundreds. So, as someone I respect once told me, you take a big problem and you break it into small problems. So I thought I'd start at the beginning here, which is the funding process. And this might get an interesting reaction, but I think if we all agree there's a legitimate threat out there, which we do, we have to go faster, we have to have more flexibility. I would suggest potentially we look at funding missions versus funding programs. So if I take missile tracking as an example, when I was looking through some data, there's 3, 4, 5 siloed programs, depending how you count them, call it $6-7 billion in the FY22 budget. So I would propose that let's get Congress to fund this mission, say at $7 billion, give it to General Raymond, General Thompson, give them the ability to be flexible as the threat evolves, as development evolves. Maybe they want more satellites of a certain constellation, maybe they want to truncate another program, add capability. It's all about speed, and I think that's a way to potentially speed the process. So I'll throw that out for consideration.
And actually add both to a little bit more to both what Congressman Cooper and Chris said is, as Congressman Cooper said, we were $17 billion. That's 2.4% of the budget. And when you think about what is required and how we underpin every aspect of the joint force, perhaps there is a discussion of whether that's in balance sufficient. But when Congressman Cooper mentioned there are areas where we shouldn't be relying on commercial services, and he's exactly right. There's areas we need to move where we cannot depend on commercial services. They are the area of expertise and requirement for military operations. But a lot of what we have done in the past and some of what we do today, we did because nobody else in the world could, and we had to do it for ourselves. And increasingly with the commercial sector, and I'm thinking transportation and logistics and perhaps some of the more basic services, we should be and are looking at relying on that evolving commercial sector to provide some of those what I will call routine and basic services and capabilities we can use, so that we can focus on, as Congressman Cooper noted, some of the very sophisticated, advanced requirements and activities and mission areas that we need to do as a Space Force to deal with the competition and the threats that we face.
At this point, I'd really like to get into two of the most aggressive acts that we have seen recently in space: China's test of a hypersonic vehicle and Russia's test of an anti-satellite weapon. But first, I want to just remind all of you in the audience and anybody watching from your computer or phone or however you're viewing it these days, that you can ask all of our panelists questions via the app, the Reagan National Defense Forum app, or on Twitter with the hashtag RNDF. And with that, let's start with China's test of a hypersonic weapon. In October, General Hyten said that hypersonic technology is a perfect example of America's acquisitions problems, which obviously is what we've just spent the first part of this panel talking about. And he said that China has performed hundreds of tests on hypersonic weapons, while the U.S. has only conducted 5. So, General, why is that, and can the U.S. catch up?
So at first I'd say absolutely we can. We've been faced with challenges and crises in the past and we've dealt with them. On the hypersonic side, what I will say is it's the United States Air Force and the United States Navy and the Army that are pursuing hypersonic capabilities for the nation. On the Space Force side, our requirement and our challenge is to deal with it on the other side. Hypersonic weapons, especially at intercontinental ranges, greatly complicate the strategic warning problem. You know, while the techniques and the technology are sophisticated for missile warning, the principles are actually fundamentally pretty easy to understand, just like throwing a baseball or a football. Once that ball leaves your hand, we all can sense very quickly where it's going. That's in essence the same thing that works with ballistic missiles. However, with hypersonics, you no longer have confidence once a missile-launched hypersonic weapon has been delivered on a trajectory. Now the ability to maneuver means you no longer know with confidence where it's going and cannot be prepared to deal with it unless you keep track of it throughout its flight, throughout its trajectory, and understand what's happening. And that's the sophisticated, or the challenge associated with the Space Force and space-based aspects of hypersonic weapons. And so we have to deal with that challenge for warning, for tracking, for defense, while the other services deal with developing hypersonic technology for our use.
General, do you think the U.S. is losing an arms race in space with China?
So as I said before, I think we've got a competition here that we've had in the past. I think we've faced competitions like this in the past. And I have no question that we're fully capable of succeeding in this competition like we have in others.
Congressman, do you think the U.S. is losing an arms race in space with China?
I would encourage everyone in the audience to read the new novel called 2034 by retired Admiral James Stavridis and Elliot Ackerman. And then ask yourself the question, do they have to wait until 2034? It lays out pretty clearly how, for example, on hypersonics, we led the world with that in the 70s and then took our eye off the ball. So it's not just a question of acquisition, it's also a question of national will and intent. Now, we don't get credit with peaceful nations for having not pursued this lethal threat. Other nations are picking up on it. We had the first ASAT test, but we tried to do it responsibly. This Chinese test years ago was completely irresponsible. I was told recently on the scale of space debris, our test was like a 1, and you want to be low. The Chinese test was 10,000. And the recent Russian test was like a 30. So a little bit better, but still hopelessly irresponsible because space debris, space junk, is one of the greatest threats we face. We can't track this stuff. A paint fleck can destroy you at 17,000 miles an hour. A paint fleck is a bullet. So we've got to be able to harness this space and not so pollute key orbits that they are no longer effectively usable. We just had to move the space station after the Russian test. And I know you with 2 astronaut parents, that's a pretty sensitive matter when you can't conduct your peaceful activities in space due to the irresponsibility of a nation like Russia.
Well, so everybody agrees that what Russia did is irresponsible, but what can the U.S. actually do about it? How do you think the U.S. should respond?
Well, everyone agrees but Russia, who did it, and Putin relished it. These nations get away with their wrongdoing, and we've allowed them more and more leeway.
So what's the answer?
First element is tracking, and we have some very exciting private companies that are doing a great job of tracking. The Air Force is still the most trusted voice in the world of the Space Force on alerting other nations to threats to their satellites. But right now there's like a multi-kilometer bubble around each satellite because we don't really know how close it's going to be, and it's hard this isn't easy stuff. And thank God, especially in low Earth orbit, things gradually degrade. But this is a monster problem to solve. It's computerization. Very few people are actually up there in person. It's got to be done remotely by computers. And that's why we need America's best and brightest to join the Space Force, to join Space Command, and help us solve these rocket science problems.
I want to ask Chris something about what you were just talking about, how the U.S. was at one point ahead on hypersonics. part of the reason that SpaceX has become so successful is because they have a very, how should I put this, a very high pain tolerance for failure. They're not afraid to fail. And General Hyten said in October that a fear of failure in terms of testing new technologies really dominates the US military. And so I'm curious, do you, Chris, does L3 Harris, do you feel comfortable failing in this climate?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, I think the culture in this industry has changed over time where you want to have 100% perfection. But where we are now, I think we have to take more risks. We have to do more demos, and you have to fail fast and learn fast. And I think that's the key in the mindset that we're all adopting. You know, running a company, you have to get a culture where people feel free to take those risks, speak up, ask for help, and be transparent with some of the challenges they have, which is easier said than done. But clearly, I think that's something that we all need to do. Now, when you get into the actual production of some of these systems, I think all the men and women in the audience here understand how complicated and challenging some of these technologies are. And you contrast that with the commercial market, it has to work 100% of the time. And I think that is the difference. I was reading about some of these great constellations going up there like Starlink and Kuiper, and they build in, you know, like a 10% death rate and assumption on their constellations, which is fine for that purpose. I think the general would be quite upset if industry had a 10% failure rate once we went into full production and tried to operationalize these constellations.
I'd like to just talk a little bit, General, now about something that you said in the Washington Post. You said that the Space Force is dealing with reversible attacks on US government satellites every single day from China and Russia. I mean, that's just an extraordinary frequency every single day. Is it becoming difficult to keep up?
So let me clarify what I said.
Sure, please.
What I said was, we deal with reversible attacks every single day. And it's not just the Space Force, it's this entire sector and industry. It's us, it's our allies and partners, it's commercial companies as well. And by that I mean, whether it's jamming or harmful interference in the RF spectrum, laser dazzling, cyber attacks, you know, cyber probing and cyber attacks. That's just a fact of life in many cases in dealing in space every day. And some of it's deliberate, some of it's purposeful, some of it's focused. But we do deal with those sorts of things every day. And we're not just talking about Russia and China. These are not particularly sophisticated technologies or capabilities beyond what you can find in the state of the world. And so we do deal with it every day in our operations. In many ways, it's not different than the types of things that our forces and others deal with every single day. But as we understand them today, we have the ability to deal with them. We have the ability to understand them. The question and the concern really becomes, as they occur at scale, if you find yourself in conflict and go to conflict, understanding what these attacks would look like at scale, how to deal with them, how to ensure we can continue to be effective, and add on top of that potentially irreversible and destructive attacks. And so I would say, can we deal with them every day? Do we manage them every day? Absolutely. What we have to be able to do is learn and grow and design and build and field and operate, including tactics, the systems will ensure we can continue to do that in the face of no kidding high-end, large-scale conflict.
And so, Congressman, at what point do these kinds of attacks happening every single day, at what point do those cross the line and become an act of war?
We face the same problem in the cyber world because, you know, the Pentagon's hacked every day thousands of times. No one is safe. And by the way, it's not so much our prime contractors, but our subcontractors in the defense field have to really worry about being permeable because we want to have a U.S. R&D budget. I'm not here to fund the Chinese or the Russian R&D budget. But so often, because we are porous, they get some of our good stuff. So no one really knows with these new technologies exactly what the limits are, but we do know that deterrence works. Strength matters, and the ability to be ahead is the great American genius. And we have been ahead, and we are ahead in so many ways. We just have to continue that streak, but that means US-born young people getting engineering degrees, and not just majoring in political science or sports management or something. In many of our graduate schools, 80% of the students are foreign born, and I'm not against that, but like, where are our kids? Like, why aren't we good at math? Like, now we think we do well in math, but actually we're one of the worst performing nations in the country. And I have a large and rigorous intern program. We have increasing trouble getting US kids who know how to write the English language, much less to have the foreign language fluency that's pretty much taken for granted in every other country in the world. And the first rule of war is to understand the nature of the enemy. You have a big advantage in doing that if you speak their language. Like, they can hack us, and they know our memes. Well, we don't know how to find the bathroom in Russian or Chinese. So we are unilaterally disarming when it comes to our intellectual skills. But we're so comfortable and coddled that 80% of Americans, something like that, don't have a passport, don't want a passport. How can you be a world power if you refuse to look at and understand and learn about the world? We've been cushioned for so long, we take that for granted. And no politician wants to be critical. We have to be complimentary of every audience. And give me a break. If you want to win, you got to have the skills, like in sports in the Olympics, to win. You got to be the best in the world. Not the best in your state, not the best in your country, but the best in the world. And there are people who are pursuing that more rigorously than we are.
To win, and you bring up a sports analogy, it takes offense as well as defense. And we sit up here on this stage, and you all talk quite a bit about the defensive capabilities that we have in the space domain, but you never hear anything about the offensive capabilities. And I understand that it's classified, almost all of it. But General, do you think we'll ever come to a point, ever be sitting at one of these forums, when we can talk about what the United States' offensive weapons capabilities are in space? And if so, what sort of time frame do you see on that horizon?
I'm not going to talk about capabilities or things like that, but I will tell you both in law that created the Space Force and in the direction for what we're supposed to do through the President's Unified Command Plan. Our job is, in addition to providing the capabilities we provide today and provide so effectively for the joint force, for the nation, for the world, is to protect American interests and defend and protect our capabilities, which includes the things that are necessary to protect them through any host of ways, any host of domains, techniques, tools that are necessary to do that. And that means defending and protecting our space capabilities and looking at ways to deny a potential adversary in conflict the way to use their capabilities. Across a multitude of fronts. It's our job as not just the Space Force, but all members of the military to develop those concepts, to develop those ideas, to present potential capabilities to our national leaders in the administration and Congress as to the capabilities we should pursue, and then take their direction in terms of what we field, what we use, and how we do so. It's no different in space, and that's the approach that we're taking today.
Chris, I don't think you want to talk about any offensive systems in space, but on the defensive side, what does industry need to do to make U.S. satellites, and what can industry do better to make U.S. satellites more resilient to non-kinetic attacks, things like lasers and whatnot?
I think I would say we have a lot of those capabilities, and we're working on them in a variety of different constellations, most of which, as you would imagine, are classified. I think one of the nice things about this industry, we kind of refer to ourselves as competimates, right? So I think just being open to bringing on new entrants, commercial companies, and taking the best of the best. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we've been successful and honored to have several of these prime positions on some new constellations. And part of it is just building a great team and not trying to completely vertically integrate all the time and get those new ideas and bring them forward. So that's the approach we've been taking, and I think it's working well.
One more question that I have on both China's recent hypersonics test and the Russian ASAT test. There's been a lot reported about what the U.S. knew, what it didn't know, the level of surprise within the U.S. military and the U.S. government. Could we just kind of go down the line, and Chris, you can sit this one out if you don't want to pipe in. But for the congressman and the general, can I just get you both to kind of state on the record what you can say about what the U.S. government did know? Did you have a sense that these kinds of tests were coming, and what really was the level of surprise? Please set the record straight, Congressman and then General.
Well, Russia had tried and failed a couple of times to do this, and this time they succeeded, but we kind of knew this is part of a pattern. And we have very good information, thank goodness, about, things. Our telemetry is very good, so we got to keep it that way. And we have to be prepared to be blinded or jammed or hacked or spoofed or all these nefarious techniques that we're not necessarily as good at, or we haven't proliferated those devices the way some of our partner nations have.
First of all, let me say I'm proud to say that the United States Space Force has recently become the 18th member of the intelligence community. I am not an intelligence officer, nor am I speaking for the intelligence community, but these advances and capabilities are concerning. They are not surprising.
As we look forward over the next few years, comment that you had recently, General, I believe you said, and if you want to correct the record here, you can, but do you believe that it is possible that within the next 10 years, if the U.S. doesn't make some changes now, that China could overtake the United States to become the dominant space power by the end of the decade?
No correction of the record necessary. We continue to be absolutely the best in the world in space today. The sophistication and the quality and the capabilities that we provide from space, that's true on a national security front, both for the intelligence community and the military side. It's true on the civil front. It's increasingly true on the commercial side. But the challenge we face, and we talked about this just briefly earlier, is we do this on too long of a cycle time. The Chinese are not as good, but they are close. And the fact that, in essence, on average, they are building and fielding and updating their space capabilities at twice the rate we are means that very soon, if we don't start accelerating our development and delivery capabilities, they will exceed it. They will exceed us. And 2030 is not an unreasonable estimate as the point at which that could occur if we don't adjust our approach.
And do you feel confident that everybody on this panel, in this room, at this forum this weekend, I mean, that's a pretty dire prediction in the sense that, to the best of my understanding, space superiority is everything. Whoever has that upper hand wins.
And I would say that I would say confidently on this stage and probably in this room and in a larger national security space enterprise, I think everybody agrees on the problem. The challenge is we continue to discuss and debate and don't agree on the best solution. That's how to get after it. And I think that's typically what the answer is.
Go for it.
Let me foot stomp this if I could.
Please.
General Hyten, one of our great generals, just left the Pentagon, terribly frustrated that he didn't have the influence as Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs to change our space architecture. Like, oh my God. And he was the ultimate insider. And see, we've gotten so accustomed to accepting delays and problems and stuff, and let's be realistic. China is the largest country in the world until India overtakes them. We congratulate ourselves when we have a successful interagency process, and then when we really work hard, it's whole of government. And the Chinese are able to do whole of society. Now, it's authoritarian, it's wrong, they have 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps, but to some extent it kind of works. When it comes to repeating testing and sometimes failures, they are able to push through that. The playwright Samuel Beckett said, "Fail again, fail better." That's the most succinct four-word summary that I'm aware of what basically every entrepreneur has to do. But so many people who are in the bureaucracy don't want any failures at all, so they're too risk averse. We're not willing to push through and make great things happen. So we should never lose our confidence, but we are facing a much direr threat than we faced with terrorism. And this near-peer great powers thing should get our heads back in the game. And remember, we were good at this. We had a space comm until Donald Rumsfeld got rid of it in 2002 so he could get focused on the war on terror. We can do both. We should have done both. But there's so many areas of big science and big defense that we have neglected. So we've got to get our game on. And that means, like, look at the panel this morning, all the polling stuff. Do you think President Xi looks at any polls? See, we handicap ourselves from the start. And Karl Rove correctly pointed out, foreign affairs are the issues in which Americans, thank goodness, realize they know the least about. So they're willing to give policymakers some leeway. So particularly in these areas, we should be more willing to have a long-term strategy that strengthens America, not look election by election.
So how does a democracy compete with this, right? And not just a democracy, but you look at what happens, when you have robust competition in the private sector, when you're dealing with a government doling out awards and then companies issue protests, which delay that process even further. I think, Chris, you can probably talk a little bit about that in terms of just sort of these logistical issues that come with trying to be a democracy but competing with a country like China.
Yeah, I'll get to that. Let me just pick up on the prior conversation. And I agree with taking risk, and I think we have to change our thinking from being more linear to parallel. Mm-hmm. I'm all for modeling in sims. I'm all for demos. We got to do these things in parallel and get more and more sats up, in my opinion, quicker and quicker, demo their capabilities, and in that process, I think will help form the space architecture. We can't sit here and just sketch it out for years on end. We got to get assets in space, see how they perform, and evolve would be. Yeah, relative to protest, I mean, that's just part of the acquisition process. And I know all the acquisition leaders for decades, and they're hardworking, honorable people. And guys like me sit up here and say, I never protest. And my colleagues in the audience would say that. But somehow there's like 1,500 a year, so someone is protesting. So, my solution to this, since we're talking sports up here, is you give every CEO 3 red flags, and you throw them over a 12-month period when you want them. If it's sustained, you get your flag back. If not, you don't. And when you lose a little contract in January, you think twice about protesting because there's 11 months to go. So that would be my suggestion. Pass out the red flags.
3 red flag policy.
Yeah.
Congressman, what do you think about that?
Well, he's right. We need due process, but we need...
Did you get that on film, whoever's...
We're making changes here today on this panel.
We need due process, but let's not forget success. Things have to work, and they have to work fast. And other nations are moving very quickly. So I want to respect all our companies, all our people, but we are an over-lawyered nation. And I went to Harvard Law School. Some of the best lawyers in America go to places like that. And their job is to gum up the works. Their job is to say no. And there are lots of interesting reasons to say no. But you have to... We have a phrase in the country, any jackass can kick a barn down. It takes a carpenter to build one. We all got to be in the carpentry business. And increasingly few of us they're not the engineers. They're not the scientists. They're the folks who can say no from their nice white collar perch. That's not good enough. So getting that can do, get her done, Larry the Cable Guy attitude works. Let's have more of that.
General, do you want to weigh in on this, or you want to sit this one out?
I'm going to look to my left and right and say, thank you.
Okay. We've got about 10 minutes left in this panel, so I'd like to do 2 or 3 more questions and then bring some in from all of you who've been watching this. I know that the phrase space race elicits some groans and eye rolls. It's been overused over the years. But I think the U.S. is at the point where, with China, where the question needs to be asked, of all of these panelists. So I would just like to go down the line and just hear it from all of you straight. Do you think that the U.S. is now in a space race with China? Congressman?
Hell yes. But put it in perspective. We gave the world probably the greatest gift in all of human history when we gave the world GPS, a MilSat system. We didn't even think of opening up to the world until the Korean airliner was bombed. They didn't know where they were, so we made it free. That's a $1 trillion a year minimum benefit to the whole planet, and we didn't think of charging. You know, that's greater than 1,000 Belton roads. But see, our messaging is so poor, everybody takes it for granted. Like, this is a gift to humanity. And see, that was from our Defense Department. So if you put things in perspective, there needs to be a race for benevolence and a race for defense, and also a race to be able to save your country if defense doesn't work. And in some of these other races, we're not even envisioning the competition. And it's a little late now to collect on the GPS thing, but like, that was amazing. And it's completely transformed society in every country. But today, other nations are building competitive systems so that gives them a possible incentive to take out our GPS. And sometimes we don't repair our GPS like we should, like we had an M-code problem for years. And our ground stations were 15 years behind the satellites that were already launched. We look like idiots. So you saw the slide there, competency of leaders. We have a problem with that in this country. Because sometimes voters aren't seeking competence, they prefer amusement. And sometimes legislators themselves don't focus on competence. It's more on demagoguery and vote getting.
General, is the U.S. in a space race with China?
Absolutely, in strategic competition with China in many, many, many areas, and space is one of them. Absolutely.
Chris?
I would say I hope so, because last time we had the space race, go back to the Apollo era, got everybody excited. We got a lot more people interested in engineering, and it really boosted the workforce. I think we all could use more and more engineers and more talent. So I'm thinking, we do a better job with the messaging. People get excited. They want to come join the military. They want to come join companies like mine and those represented in the audience today. And I think that's good. I want people to wake up and say, I don't want to go to Facebook. I mean, those guys aren't what they used to be. I want to come work for a defense contractor, a space company, commercial company. And I agree with the congressman on GPS. We got to continue with the next generations, more resiliency, and make sure that, we talk about space as being the next warfighting domain. I think the economy is the next warfighting domain, and it is in space. So the two are clearly linked.
Chris, you bring up the Apollo program, and I know this is a defense forum, but I would like to get in one question about the civil side of things, especially given the fact that recently Russia's space agency has announced plans to team up with China to build a lunar base. And obviously this would compete with NASA and the United States' plans to build a base on the moon as well. And in the midst of all this, we're still teaming up with Roscosmos, with the International Space Station and whatnot. So Congressman Cooper, what do you think about this plan for Russia to team up with the Chinese to build a base on the moon? Can the U.S. continue to work with them if they go forward with that?
Well, remember, every forum we've ever had in America says one of our strategic strengths are our alliances. And we think the other side isn't going to try to copy that? And who's going to ally with them? Maybe a vassal state, maybe another authoritarian state. So we shouldn't be surprised that they try to mimic our behavior. With the first Iraq War, we taught the rest of the world more about warfighting than we knew. We maybe shouldn't have used all those fancy weapons or helped people understand missiles going down smokestacks, because that dazzled them, but then they copied us, as human beings do. So we've got to understand there's action, reaction. So I hope their moon station is for peaceful purposes. I'm worried that the Chinese already have something on the other side of the moon that we can't even see or detect. But see, we gave up on the moon about 30 years ago. we stopped caring about big science. It was too expensive, we didn't want to do the NASA budget, or whatever excuse was. And a few casualties in the Apollo program shouldn't have stopped us from doing that, but we get so risk averse. So we've got to be bold and pursue these things. We have a huge advantage, a huge head start, if we're just smart enough to keep it.
I'd like to ask one question that was submitted by somebody who's watching, so thank you for all of these questions. And the question is, one of the greatest challenges for space activity, both domestically and internationally, is how we deal with space traffic management. So what is the right answer to how we manage space traffic? Who would like to field that?
Go ahead.
So,
General?
We need to offload the civilian aspect of it to a neutral, or at least civilian agency, and that's been a very slow process. Of course, we need to keep the best capability for our own military, but there's got to be a FAA for the world so that we can guide others to safety.
Go ahead.
absolutely. The Space Force does this because nobody in the world today, nobody else in the world today can and will, but absolutely agree. This is an area of regulation, and we need a regulatory agency to do it. At the same time, the broader sense of debris and the issues caused and the proliferation even of active satellites requires some adjustments to behavior that talk to things like, let's not produce additional debris, especially not in an incredibly irresponsible manner. Let's talk about how these incredibly capable and proliferating systems on the commercial side and others don't just operate effectively, but how we, over the long term, are stewards to let them, in essence, clean up after themselves when they're done. A whole host of regulatory aspects that need to be done in space traffic management and other areas. We really do need civil agencies and regulatory agencies to weigh in so that we can get about the business that we need to be about.
Well, and also in establishing rules and norms in space. You look back, the Outer Space Treaty, 1967, I mean, I think everybody can agree that it's well past time that, new rules and norms are discussed and adopted, but we can talk all we want, but, General,
absolutely, and the Secretary of Defense just recently published and outlined what we call the principles of tenets of responsible behavior for our activities in space, and there are 5 of them: limiting the generation of long-lived debris, avoiding harmful interference, operate safely and maneuver safely in other spaces, be transparent in what you do, be professional in space. He's identified those, he's established those, we have followed them for a long time and will continue to. It's now incumbent, the State Department, is working with other nations through the UN to really, really drive that forward. It's time to establish those, no kidding, norms and practices and standards of behavior in space. Absolutely.
Congressman, really quickly. Chris, do you want to?
Just real quick, I would just say it seems, I see some people in the audience that are investing a lot in space tourism. So I think that's a new and evolving market. So I think that just adds to the complexity. People are going to go into space and, unlike your parents, actually pay money and go there and have a tour. We got to make sure that it's safe and the traffic is controlled. I'm sorry.
Oh no, now you're getting into a real debate. Who qualifies to be an astronaut? We only have less than 3 minutes left, so we're not going to get into that one on this panel. I'd like to finish the panel by playing a really fun game that I like to call What Keeps You Up at Night. So if we could just kind of go down the line, and before we go, I'd love to hear from each of you about what keeps you up at night. Other than a dog snoring, that doesn't count. Congressman, what keeps you up at night?
Because adversaries and would-be adversaries are inevitable. What keeps me up at night is our bureaucracy and our slowness in responding to those threats, because we have control over our bureaucracy, and yet we're not making it much better.
General?
The nation has given us a tremendous challenge and an opportunity. They've told us to create what this nation needs to avoid a crisis or be able to respond to a crisis in the future. We've gotten support from both houses of Congress, both sides of the aisle, multiple administrations now. We've been adequately resourced. We can always talk about what else we need. We've been adequately resourced to do this. What keeps me up at night is ensuring that we do not fail in the responsibility that we've been given and the support we've been given to do it.
Chris, what keeps you up at night?
Well, I'm an optimistic guy, so what keeps me up at night is I'm excited about the future. I can't wait to wake up and get back to work because I think we have so much potential as a nation. I feel like we're coming together against a common cause, and I think that's exciting, and that keeps me up on the positive side.
Well, with that, I think we'd like to end on a high note. Thank you, Chris, for always being an optimist. General Thompson for coming in at the last minute and filling in for General Raymond. We hope he's doing all right with that potential COVID exposure. And Congressman Cooper, thank you so much for all of your insights. And thanks all of you for listening and watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 3. Panel 4 and Panel 5 will begin in approximately 20 minutes. As a reminder, our hospitality tent is open while you enjoy your morning break.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the front of the stage. We're about to begin session.
Welcome to the M1 Abrams tank dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of General Dynamics Land Systems, Danny Deep, Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, General James C. McConville, U.S. Secretary of the Army, Christine Wormuth, Ranking Member of the House Armed Services Committee, Representative Mike Rogers, and John Highbush, Executive Director of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute.
Welcome, everyone. My name is John Highbush, and I have the honor of being the Executive Director of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. Let me start by saying that I have had a lot of memorable experiences in my time here, but it is not every day, as you can imagine, that we get to cut the ribbon for an M1 Abrams tank. Truth be told, I thought I was going to be allowed to fire it once or twice, but I see that is not in my remarks, so it must have been vetoed by a neighbor that way. But seriously, I know that all of you are aware that President Reagan's defense policies could be summed up in a single phrase: peace through strength. Well, to Ronald Reagan, this is what peace through strength looked like. Among such defense experts that are here, I do not have to tell you that it was tanks just like this, and just like the 117 stealth fighter and the F-14 up on this hill that were part of the strategic military buildup that defined Ronald Reagan's presidency and helped to win the Cold War. The M1 Abrams tanks that rolled off the line alongside this one conducted military exercises in Eastern Europe and then were tested in combat during Operation Desert Storm as well as the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Tanks like this were manufactured in Ohio and Michigan by General Dynamics, a testament to the ingenuity of American manufacturing, and a reminder of why a strong industrial base is not just an economic, but a national security imperative. We are so grateful to the United States Army, and in particular to Audrey Clark of the Army Donation Office and General Dynamics for donating this tank to the Reagan Library as part of our Evolving Peace Through Strength exhibit. I'd also like to recognize the Commanding General of Fort Irwin, Brigadier General Taylor, who is with us today. For those not from this area, Fort Irwin, our local Army base, is located just a few hours away. They were so kind to adopt our Abrams tank. They came out just a few weeks ago and painted all of the emblems that you see on the sides of the tank. The 6 outstanding soldiers who you see behind me are from Fort Irwin and are helping us in today's program. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Danny Deep, President of General Dynamics Land Systems. Danny?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Chief, all of the honored guests. Can't tell you what a thrill it is to be here representing General Dynamics for this dedication ceremony. The 1972, about 50 years ago, Armor Magazine, the lead article was The Death of the Tank. The author that wrote the article clearly got it wrong. We hadn't even designed the Abrams tank. Anybody who has used this piece of equipment understands the decisiveness, capability that it brings, and recognizes that it's an unfair fight when you come to it with a tank. I can tell you that this version is an earlier version and is a representation of courageous leaders and brilliant men and women who came up with a concept that even today continues to be modernized. 8 generations later, the Abrams main battle tank is the most dominant capability on the ground, on the earth. So on behalf of General Dynamics, I want to thank all of you. We're happy to be part of this. Thank you for your dedication and your leadership in the defense of our nation. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny, and General Dynamics for your generosity. I'd now like to invite on the stage General James McConville, Chief of Staff of the United States Army, to say a few words. General?
Well, thank you, and very honored to be here. You know, on May 27th, 1981, President Reagan spoke at our West Point graduation. He talked about peace through strength. And part of that peace through strength was making sure that our soldiers had what they needed to do their job. And it was the Big Five. And part of the Big Five was the Abrams tank. And having seen this tank fight in many, many operations, we are very, very blessed to have it. And we're very honored to have it displayed here as a part of the Joint Force. But one thing that we always remember in the Army, it's great that we have great equipment, but it's really about the soldiers. It's the soldiers that we equip with. So I have 30 seconds left, and what I want to do is take PFC Chin. Come on up here. Come on over here. I want you to stand right there. This is a great soldier, and one of the things I have as the Chief of Staff of the Army, I can promote people on the spot. So I'm going to make him a specialist in the United States Army because he's what it's all about, you know. About the soldier.
I'd now like to introduce the Secretary of the Army, Secretary Wormuth, who was just so kind to take time out of her busy day to be with us as well. Secretary?
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be with all of you and our friends from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and General Dynamics. I will be very brief because, frankly, it's hard to top promoting a great soldier, which is fantastic. But I will say, you know, the tank behind us represents a lot of history, and it's a powerful symbol of American might. Ronald Reagan, you know, was the president, as General McConville said, when the Abrams was first fielded. And just as President Reagan, I think, projected the confidence of the American people when he represented us around the world, tankers past and present in our Army have always had tremendous confidence in the Abrams. It got rave reviews when it was fielded in the early 80s. It's perhaps our fiercest armored vehicle. It's seen combat in places like Kuwait in the first Gulf War, and then later in Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom. It's been upgraded many, many times, as Mr. Deep indicated. It's actually now the latest version is the M1A2 Abrams SEP V3, which is a mouthful. But, you know, as we in the Army are undertaking our most ambitious modernization effort in the last 40 years, we are focused on fielding a lot of new systems, a lot of next generation capabilities. We also have what General McConville and I call enduring capabilities in our arsenal, if you will. And the Abrams behind me very much represents that kind of enduring capability. And I think the testament to its continuing utility all these decades later is how many of our allies and partners around the world want to get Abrams into their armies. I was actually just in Poland meeting with the Minister of Defense, talking with them about their interest in purchasing Abrams for their army. So I can't predict where the next conflict will be, but I have no doubt that this iconic warfighting vehicle will be in the thick of the fight whenever that conflict comes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I want to now recognize Representative Mike Rogers, Ranking Member of the House Armed Services Committee, for a few words. Congressman?
I'm very pleased to be here and seeing this donation and this recognition of this important platform, which is born in the district of one of my new armed services colleagues, Lisa McLean of Michigan. But all those upgrades that the Secretary just talked about happen in my hometown. And the Anniston Army Depot, and this platform for 4 decades has been an enduring platform in keeping our nation safe and secure, and it will continue to do so. So it's great that it's being honored here, and I appreciate you letting me be a part of it.
Thanks so much, Congressman. And now we are proud to formally dedicate this M1 Abrams tank as the latest addition to the Peace Through Strength exhibit here at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
But you where? Massachusetts. You don't have an accent.
Give some coins to the soldier.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 4, Defense in the Digital Age, U.S. Cyber Capabilities and the Future of Warfare. Please welcome Representative Mike Gallagher, Admiral Michael Gilday, General Paul Nakasone, Dr. Alex Karp, and moderator Julian Barnes of the New York Times.
Oh, we did. We good?
We good? Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. Uh-oh.
Get the iPhone.
Perfect.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Julian Barnes from the New York Times. I am going to introduce our speakers here as I ask them questions, but I want to remind you all that I can get questions from you right here on this lovely little iPad if you would submit them via the app or put them on Twitter with the hashtag RNDF. So thank you for coming. I'm going to jump right into this, and I'm going to start with General Paul Nakasone, the director of the National Security Agency, the head of U.S. Cyber Command. General Nakasone, you've spoken a lot about the changing strategic environment that we face here. And at this conference, we've already been talking a lot about China. And China's been a cyber challenge, cyber threat for a long time. I want you to talk a little bit about how that strategic environment has changed at your time as in command, and talk to us a little bit about the challenge of China.
Yeah, I mean, so I think we'd all agree it's nice to be back at Reagan in person. 2019 was the last time I think all of us were there. In fact, many of us were on a panel. And so to come back here, I think not only is it striking to be back in the presence of all of you, but the other piece of it is think about how much the world has changed in 2 years. And nowhere has that world changed more than in cyberspace. Think about what we've seen as a nation over the past 11 months. We've seen SolarWinds, Colonial Pipeline, Microsoft Exchange, JBS, Kaseya. We've seen ransomware. We've seen implants. We have seen proxy forces. This is in 11 months. But to your question, Julian, what I would say is that what I've seen over 3 years is really three things. First of all is the realization that we have to compete in cyberspace, that we can't stay and be passive. We have to compete because our adversaries are competing. Secondly is the role of influence. You know, we began the influence piece in 2018 with the Russia Small Group and a focus on a safe and secure election. Our adversaries have moved on from elections to other topics upon which they're trying to create influence operations. And truly the last piece is, I think that what we've learned is that it's all about partnerships. We succeed through partnerships. Our partnerships internal to us begin with the National Security Agency and U.S. Cyber Command, tight partnership. But it's broader than that. It's working with private industry like Alex in terms of what we can be able to do. It's working with, obviously, the services, the interagency. This is the piece that makes us successful. It's also the same piece that's going to make us successful against China.
I'm now going to turn to Admiral Michael Gilday, the Chief of Naval Operations. Earlier in your career, you were the head of the Navy's cyber operations, the 10th Fleet. As you prepare the Navy for the future, linking all your vessels together, how are you thinking about the cyber domain, and both for defending those ships and those networks and fighting in the cyber domain in the future?
So cyber is inextricably linked to everything. It might be a bit heretical to say this, but is it its own domain when it is so interconnected with everything and everybody? And so with respect to the Navy, we have to be able to connect things at long distances, and we have to be able to be connected to a joint force so that we maintain that synergy that we're known for and that we succeed because of. And so one of the biggest efforts that we have undergoing right now, and my number 2 priority, is a task force called Overmatch. And it's the focus of Overmatch is to provide a software-defined systems of systems, networks of networks that allows us to transmit any data over any path, and to get it to microprocessing applications at the far end for one big reason: decision advantage, the ability to decide and act faster than the other guy. And so whether it's the Chinese, the Russians, or anybody else, that capability, that effort is making great strides, number one, mostly due to the capabilities that exist right now in the private sector and leveraging the good work that's going on in industry, particularly small companies that have allowed us to harness that technology and to turn it quickly, to experiment, fail fast, regroup, and to double down. And so I do think, to your point with your question, that has to be a central concern of not just the Navy, but the Joint Force going forward, that we're able to use each other's data in a way to put us in a position of advantage against any adversary.
Dr. Alex Karp is the co-founder of Palantir, and the chief executive. Dr. Karp, how can the private sector better help to counter the cyber threat, better work with NSA, better work with the military? What do we need to do to make these sort of partnerships more robust?
Well, thank you. I'm hugely honored to be here on stage in front of people who serve our nation. Palantir, most of our customers are commercial. Most of our revenue doesn't come from intel and defense, and we're pretty global. I think first, part of our history was both being born in Silicon Valley and then leaving Silicon Valley. I think the first thing industry needs to do is affirm that if it's going to work with adversaries, it should always supply at least as good a technology to our services and the people who are defending our nation, which, in the past has not been the case, always. America, one of the things that we forget because it's so obvious to us, to the rest of the world, but often not to us, is in software, America is the #1 nation in the world, bar none. There is really no number two. Number two is Israel because there has to be a number two. But we are #1. And I spent a lot of my life abroad. I speak German, wrote my dissertation in German, and I get people baffled all over the world asking me, how can it be that America is so much better at this than we are? Take Germany, has a lot of smart people, but the delta between what America delivers in software and what everyone else delivers is very wide. And so the key question for me is, how do we make sure that people doing the most important work in the world, like people on the stage, have access to the resources we already have? Some of that is educational. People who are in industry and leadership positions must tell their employees, if you are developing software in this country, you are going to give it to the people on the stage and people in this room, and explain why. That I think is actually the most important thing. There's a lot of interest, as you see from the opening remarks, of leveraging industry and hardware and software. The US government has moved from a government that bought software in a way that was hard for people who build software to supply, namely off PowerPoints, to being the leader in the world in buying software that actually works. This is an enormous shift, and no other government in the world that I work with, and we don't work obviously in certain countries, but in the Western world, where almost every country has made this shift. So that if you want to supply software to the US government, you will show it working in the real world, which means that we're in an iterative cycle in a way that no other country is. And then there's the cultural. Why is America so good at software? Well, we actually play fair in teams. We have highly technical people. We're goal-oriented. And we are willing to admit we're wrong and not be stained by failure when we screw up. So I think what we need to do is continue on this trend. I think US government officials should really say loudly to people they want to work with who are developing software that they must supply the best software in the world to them. I think we in industry, by the way, it's often framed as you framed it, but I would say from my vantage point, there are certain technical issues like how do you do AI at the edge? How do you actually create an all-encompassing environment, which is what we're doing with a lot of industry in the Western world, but where the data is segmented. So if you have a global industry, you're not going to be able to hit the data store in France, Korea, America because of regulatory issues. These are challenges that the US government understands very well and has made great efforts to solve that industry doesn't understand yet, that industry is not yet even actually aware of its existence of. And a lot of our reason we've done well is we've understood these things early. So I think there's the kind of interaction is working. It could work a lot better, but there is also a lot of responsibility on U.S. industry to step up and do more.
We'll get into some of those issues a little in more depth in a little bit. I want to turn the floor to Mike Gallagher, who is the U.S. representative, a U.S. representative from Wisconsin. Don't want to shrink the state. Is the
really the U.S. representative.
And the co-chair of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission. Mike, you've been talking about the cyber threat from China, specifically some alarms about Taiwan. And I'm wondering, could a conflict over Taiwan begin with a cyber operation? Talk about what you're thinking there.
Short answer is yes, but I'd like to start with something that Dr. Karp said a few weeks ago, which is that I found very refreshing, which is that American companies that seek to do business with China should be forced to disclose and defend their position. Forgive me if I've paraphrased that inelegantly. I think that's absolutely correct, particularly in light of the recent changes that the CCP has made to exert near total control over the data that foreign firms have if they're operating in China, and in light of the fact that the risk of a confrontation over Taiwan is increasing, or at least the Navy continues to tell us that it is likely. Admiral Davidson, before he left, said within the next 6 years it could happen. At one point in a hearing, the CNO agreed, as well as the Commandant of the Marine Corps agreed. And I think the private sector is underestimating the extent of pain that would be involved for all Americans in general, but them in particular, if that really comes to a head within the decade. And increasingly, I'm convinced that corporate America is going to be forced to choose at a time when too many American tech companies are like resurrecting IBM's 1930s justification for doing business with Nazi Germany under the banner of world peace through trade. That has to stop. And until that stops, I think we're going to be behind the curve, because in such a confrontation, and I'll get to your point, Las Vegas rules would not apply, right? What happens in the Taiwan Straits would not be confined there. Not just because of the financial and economic escalation, but because I do believe that there would be an attempt to target our critical infrastructure here domestically in the United States. And I think we, and I include Congress in this, have done a poor job messaging to the American people how much at risk we are to a devastating cyber attack if we confront the PLA over Taiwan. Both in an effort to impose economic pain on us, they could target our electricity grid, water systems, et cetera, but also our entire ability to surge humans and weapons and other material to a fight, which we would have to do because we don't have the necessary forward forces right now, depends upon key logistics and transportation nodes that are owned in large part by the private sector. So our aerial ports of debarkation, our seaports of debarkation would be a target, right? Look how much chaos was caused by the Ever Given blocking Suez. Imagine something like that in the Panama Canal. So I just fear we're not attacking this with a sense of urgency. I fear we're sleepwalking into a disaster that could define the course of the 21st century. And I feel like unless we change course, that we're going to lose. We're going to lose World War III before it begins, either through preemptive surrender or battlefield defeat. And so I think we have to ask some hard questions. You know, are we wargaming the financial and economic escalation? Are we wargaming the risk posed to the homeland from a cyber attack? For JADC2, and I salute the way in which the CNO has prioritized overmatch, but when is that going to be operationally capable? If it's not before 2025, that may be too late. And for other things, I just think the ultimate choice that a lot of American companies are going to have to make is between whether they want to do business with the U.S. government and the defense industry in particular, or whether they want to do business with a genocidal communist regime that, as a mere matter of fiduciary responsibility, is a massive, massive risk for them. Other than that, I'm an optimist.
Okay, so I actually want all three of our other panelists to react to Representative Gallagher here. General Nakasone, talk a little bit about some of these issues here, is American critical infrastructure sort of at risk in an initial conflict over Taiwan? Should we have you've had hunt forward, defend forward teams in a variety of allied countries. Is this something that we should have in Taiwan now?
So I agree with Representative Gallagher's point about warfare in the 21st century. I think that borders mean less as we look at our adversaries. And whatever adversary that is, I think we should begin with the idea that our critical infrastructure will be targeted. And I think that's why it's so important, the work that he led in the Solarium Commission, to start looking at that very seriously. One of the things I would say a bit differently, though, is the fact that I think we have made a very, very strong shift to starting to address this. I see the changes that are taking place, and I've watched this now for over a decade. The fact that we have an executive order, the fact that all the services are now starting to talk about how do I secure my weapons platform, the fact that we're taking very, very seriously the partnership opportunities with the private sector in not only things like election security, but how do we look at the future? There's more to be done, I agree, but it's different, again, coming back to my point, than it was in 2019. There was no one that was really kind of talking about the seriousness of what I hear talked about today, and more importantly, starting to address some of those issues.
Admiral Gilday.
In the opening forum this morning, there was a slide that was up. I thought it was quite illuminating that 70% of Americans now view China with strategic concern. And I think we need to leverage that. Certainly, the discussions on Capitol Hill reflect that concern. I think that we're seeing that in the national security strategy. We have an interim strategy now that's being developed, or a more finalized strategy that's being developed. The next national defense strategy, I think, will double down on that. And I think we need to leverage that. The successes that General Nakasone talked about would also include the interagency work that went on in support of our 2018 elections, in support of our 2020 elections, not only as a joint force, our ability to intertwine cyber, his work into our conventional warfare areas, but also, perhaps even more importantly, with respect to defending the country, is that cooperation within the interagency. Some of that you saw, the grease of those wheels, I think, were some of the authorities that we saw that were given to General Nakasone, his teams in 2019. I would be more of an optimist than a pessimist about the direction that we're heading in. I do think, to Representative Gallagher's points, we do need to be concerned and take it seriously. I don't talk to anybody that's not concerned about China and the posture that we have to take. I think for us, coming out, rolling into the new year and a new defense strategy, a budget that will be presented, another one that's close to being delivered to this administration, I really do think that forces us to focus on what we invest in, both in the here and now and for the future. So that, if anything, this bipartisan agreement about China being a concern helps us laser focus on what's prioritized in terms of what we invest in to defend the country.
Dr. Karp, after your CNBC interview a couple weeks ago where you said American high-tech companies shouldn't do work with China, what was the reaction? And, are you moderating that a little bit by saying, like, you at least do the work with the United States? Or do you feel like a Google, a Microsoft shouldn't be working with the Chinese government?
Well, first of all, we're in our little myopic perch in the valley. So just the background in the valley is we've been fighting the valley aggressively pretty much since we started our company in 2004. And we've been battling the valley on two issues. One, it is my deep belief and the belief of my company that, it's pretty odd to be able to sell your product abroad under very fair terms, essentially because our allies are willing to go along with your pricing because they're being protected by people over here, and then not ship your software to them, A. B, I'm very in favor of free speech. If people disagree with working with the U.S. military, great, they should be able to voice that, but you as a leader should explain to them, I would hope, what the history is of especially the U.S. military. And, not that I have to lecture anyone here, but it's surprising how many people I have to lecture in the Valley about, positive effects and what the world would look like without the efforts of people in the U.S. military. But be that as it may, while they protested my house every day and put barbed wire around our cafeteria, we at Palantir, not just me, but engineers who were 22, fought through that to be able to do something that is more important than just working with the many companies we work with. And so we're already on the unpopular side. And by the way, we say in public what we say in private in this context, which you're also not supposed to do according to Valley rules. So we're a little used to being unpopular. I actually had a very minimal standard, which is lower in the interview. I tell people in the Valley, if you want to do something, that's your right. This is America, by the way, fought for by people on the stage, but be that as it may. You do have a responsibility to articulate what is it you're doing and why are you doing something with an adversary you're not doing with the U.S. government. That is your responsibility to this country and to everybody in the Valley, for which I'm a pariah, whatever. And that's what I believe. I think there should be a most favored nation status, i.e. America, and you should have to, and I also believe there's something wrong with, not explaining to people what the backdrop is of the way in which the world works. But in any case, but the key point for me is, why does it matter so much? It matters so much because the core differentiator in technology now for America is software. It's not just that we're not delivering candy toys. We are delivering the thing that we are the best at in the world, and the difference is not linear. So it's not like we have a slightly better can opener than other countries. No, we have the can opener. And for whatever reason, it's very hard for other countries to do what we do. And that is our central advantage. And I know from the way we built Palantir that we are constantly, like in the commercial context, we constantly try to get the most complex IT projects in the world and put them in our platform. Why? Because that's our central advantage. We're bad at sales, but we're great at product. So we want everyone to, and that if your central advantage is X, you cannot give that up. And we should not let people give it up. And if they want to give it up, they don't want to deliver, great, stand on stage, go on TV. They all like being on TV more than I do. Explain why you're not going to give this to the Army, the Navy, the NSA. Great, explain it. But you can't then not explain it.
I want to call up a slide. This is another question from the Reagan Institute Reagan Institute poll that came up, and it talks a little bit about military capabilities. This is from the Reagan Institute's annual poll of Americans, and it's the perception of military capabilities. And it's not up here yet, but there are, I'm going to talk about it a little bit while we wait for it to appear. There it is. Excellent, okay, good. I just needed to filibuster a little longer. So I want to, as you're looking at this, I want to draw your attention to a couple of the columns here. We have, when it comes to conventional weaponry, 45% of Americans saying the United States is the best in the world, dropping to 39% when we're talking about high-tech weaponry, and then 27% for cyber capabilities. And so I want the panel to react to a couple things here. One, is the public perception accurate? Are we really just one of the best in the world? And if that is true, does that matter? Is it good enough to be one of the best, or do you need to be the best? And I'm going to start with General Nakasone.
We have to be the best. There's no doubt. I mean, it's, when I look at this, my first thought is that I've got to do a better job of obviously communicating to the American public. I don't agree with that. I mean, I look at it right now, and both as the director of the National Security Agency and commander of U.S. Cyber Command, there's no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. To Dr. Karp's point, I mean, one and then, two is a long ways off. That's not to say that our adversaries have, shrunk some of that military offset, but when you take a look at our capabilities across the world, Whether or not it's in foreign intelligence or whether or not it's effects, that's not what I would put it as.
Admiral Gilding.
The first thing that I'd say as I take a look at this slide is don't bet against America. This is about capabilities. This is about the science of war and somebody's missiles that are longer range than our missiles, so it's game over. End of war game, pencils down. That is not the case. It's as much about what we fight with as how we fight. How devilishly fiendish we can be in areas like cyber that give us an asymmetric advantage. Our people are the best in the world. And our job is to make sure that we not only harvest or attract and recruit the absolute best that our nation has to offer, but that we also retain them. I spoke earlier about the work that General Nakasone led in 2018 and he led in 2020. It was phenomenal work, not just done with exquisite capabilities, but by incredibly well-trained people.
Representative Gallagher, what do you think?
Well, I think this is the poll. Well, the poll accurately reflects the perception of the American people, but I think an accurate statement would be that we are the best in the world in terms of our offensive capabilities, but we have unique defensive problems given the nature of our open society and the prominent role that the private sector plays in controlling 80% of the critical infrastructure in cyber. So the reality is a bit more nuanced than that. However, this makes sense, right? We've had a string of high-profile cyber attacks from SolarWinds, Microsoft Exchange, Colonial Pipeline, an explosion of ransomware. And I think just given the nature of cyber, your average American interacts with it in a way they may not interact with conventional weaponry and high-tech weaponry. It's more pervasive in Americans' daily life. So I understand it. But if you compare this poll, I think, to the 2018 data, what you actually see is it's gone in the right direction. It's gone from 15% who thought we were the best in the world to 27%. So I'll abandon my pessimism, and my optimistic story would be that because of the work that General Nakasone and his team have done, learning lessons from the 2016 election, applying that to 2018, 2020, everything the CNO talked about, we're headed in the right direction. We have a long way to go, but we're headed in the right direction. What concerns me, however, both Admiral Gilday and General Nakasone referenced the fact that I think the single best thing we've done in cyber in the last 5 years has been to loosen the rules of engagement in order to speed up the decision-making process for cyber. And that was a joint collaboration between the legislative branch and the executive branch. That has been a great thing. We've basically unshackled General Nakasone and his team to do what they need to do to defend us. I know there are discussions underway right now to revise that process and make it more onerous and inject more people into the decision-making process for offensive cyber. I hope I'm wrong about that, but that would be a massive mistake. Because if anything, we need to be looking at how we can build upon that success and further unshackle General Nakasone and his team to do things. For example, you've talked publicly about how we need to get into the ransomware game. We've successfully recovered ransomware payments. We should be publicizing that. Why not? It's not a covert operation. It's not escalatory. Why are we not publicizing that work to bolster our deterrent posture in cyberspace? We should be doing that as frequently as humanly possible. And above all, we should do nothing to slow down the decision-making process. We don't want to go back to a world in which it's more difficult to get approval for an offensive cyber operation than it is to get approval for a lethal drone strike somewhere. And that was the case in many cases a few years ago.
Excuse me, inopportune cough. General Nakasone, will you react to that? Do you feel that you are, two things. One, the 2018 shift to push down more authority, did that make you more nimble? And is there any fear that will be adjusted, ratcheted back?
So I think Admiral Gilday hit on a really important point as he talked about the evolution of the policy process here. And really, it's the idea that it's more than just what the Department of Defense is going to do. We're one aspect of it. It was, how do you bring along the interagency? And now I think to the point of, when I think about going forward in the future, is how do you make sure the private sector is tightly woven into this? Because to Representative Gallagher's point, Our challenge with a broad attack surface on the defense is how do we ensure all those 16 sectors of critical infrastructure, the bar is as high as it can be against our adversaries.
Dr. Karp, I want your thoughts, but there's a question from the audience for you that I'm going to read off here. You mentioned that the United States is #1 in the world in software. How do you assess China's capability and rate of progress in that area?
Well, there's in some ways linked. We have worthy adversaries. There's I have this long PhD in a totally arcane topic that should have left me without a job. But one of the most useful things about the training was to not turn the person you're critical of, your author you're critical of, into a caricature and then render the caricature irrelevant. It's like this is our adversaries. Really, all of them are super intricate, deep cultures with enormous technical and intellectual capabilities. However, it happens in this one area that, and it's a long, there's a debate about who developed the computer, and some people, but I think the real answer is it was even the early developments of the computer with von Neumann in the Manhattan Project. A lot of our capabilities go back to our ability to both bring highly intricate, some people would say batshit crazy, people together under a roof to deliver excellence for not primarily monetary return in the near term. Of course, later you could turn to business and do well, but and that capability in this one area that looked like it would be one of many technical areas is the dominant area. And our issue as America is to simultaneously be aware of the adversaries, but also realize that to make this work, you have to focus on how do we raise our game to the best game we are. So like when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, I know there are things like projects we've worked on, just Project Maven as an example. I never know how much one's allowed to say, but like that is there are insights in that project that are very unique and very much done in a way that is not understood and not done as well by others, including adversaries. But we should be so dominant that nobody can even imagine we're not #1, as with the Manhattan Project, which I think should be our standard. Like, we took a small group of people, interestingly, actually very few from Ivy Leagues. Almost everyone who worked on the project went to like a school in the Midwest, and a bunch of people who were highly eccentric and developed something that was transformational. And de facto, what we're doing in AI is equally as transformational. And you need this combination between people that know the material, that's the people on stage, and people who can extend what they're doing, and also people, in my case, I'm really good at managing really complicated, difficult people. And so that's what I do for a living. And then you get this thing where nobody can, and of course there are these enormous, where no one can imagine they're not #1. And that should be our standard. And if that's the standard, and then most of the issues we have in America are not actually because of adversaries, it's because of internal divisions and not being able to agree on certain things. This is why the shift here, agreement, America having consensus on anything is very powerful. And we haven't had that for lots of reasons you can debate, but we do have it now.
Admiral Gilday, when we last gathered here at the Reagan Library, you talked about this kind of constant cyber activity, this in the gray zone. The example you gave at the time was Russia. And I'm wondering, are we in a constant gray zone cyber battle with China at this time? And what's the nature of that?
I think the gray space really are the global commons. And I think on a day-to-day basis, I'm mostly involved in maritime, but I see the Chinese and the physical looking towards the sea. Belt and Road would be an example. What they've done reefs, the militarized reefs in the South China Sea. And so that happens and takes advantage of gaps and seams, perhaps in international law or places where law doesn't exist. And they make gains slowly but surely going forward. I see cyberspace as another global common that they also are involved in this same type of activity, below the level of armed conflict, but certainly flagrantly disregarding international norms, which really have been in place since Bretton Woods in 1944, and have really raised the tide of billions with respect to prosperity, with respect to literacy rates, with respect to immigration, that not just the transfer of commerce, which I would argue floats on seawater, but also ideas. And so that's the contest in gray space. It's a global commons. And what we try to do in the Navy is operate forward, not just to be there with the Chinese, but to be in the way. And I think you need to be in the way. And I don't say that provocatively. I say that just as a matter of fact, because we have the coin of the realm in gray space operations is attribution. We have to be able to attribute those actions that disregard those international norms to them. And we have to do the same thing, obviously, in cyberspace that General Nakasone can speak to much more eloquently than I. But I think it's reality. We have to be out there. We have to be taking advantage of allies and partners that are like-minded for all the reasons that I spoke to earlier about international norms. And I think that the Chinese are isolating themselves through their behavior. People are not running towards them to be their friends. We are gaining trust with allies and partners. They're buying it. There's a big difference.
General Nakasone, I wonder if you could react to that a little bit, and maybe as you talk about it a little bit about what this sort of cyberspace gray zone competition with China looks like now. How are you at Cyber Command working with the Indo-Pacific Command to make sure that the real world operations and the cyberspace operations are meshed?
So coming back to this idea of what's changed over the past 3 years, 2018 was a pivotal year for us in the sense that our department published a concept called Defend Forward. Same idea that Admiral Gilday expressed, but the idea that we would operate in cyberspace outside the United States against our adversaries before they could do harm to us. At U.S. Cyber Command, we call that persistent engagement, the idea of both informing our partners and acting. And it's to Admiral Gilday's point, I like this idea of getting in the way. It's exactly about that we operate in a domain where deterrence is about imposing costs, and imposing costs means that every single day you're operating against an adversary, identifying what they're doing, attributing it, being able to send, as Representative Gallagher talked about, hunt forward teams to different countries to be able to expose operations. This is all part of it, and I think what we have seen is things like, hey, let's publish the top 25 different pieces of malware that the Chinese have produced at an unclassified level. Let's share it with the broad public just so they understand that, hey, we know all about this. And oh, by the way, we'll sign our name to it as the National Security Agency, U.S. Cyber Command, CISA will sign up, and the FBI will sign up to it. And then we have a series of partners that do that as well. And this brings the idea of you're getting in the way, to quote the Admiral's point. This is what it looks like today in terms of being able to ensure that our adversaries have a very, very difficult time to operate.
Representative Gallagher.
I quite like this idea of getting in the way, but it sounds very similar to the concept of deterrence by denial, which was the intellectual cornerstone of the 2018 National Defense Strategy, which I thought was a great piece of work. But now what concerns me is that we are moving away from that intellectual framework towards what I presume the Secretary of Defense will talk about in a few minutes, which is this new concept of integrated deterrence, which I fear is a buzzword that will justify cutting conventional hard power. And what you need in the way primarily in Indo-PACOM is conventional hard power in order for that denial to work. So that's one concern. I agree with what the CNO said about China not making friends. I think in many ways the wolf warrior diplomacy has backfired, although they're playing primarily to a domestic audience or an audience of one, Xi Jinping. However, I don't think we've made any friends with our recent moves in Afghanistan. I think a lot of our friends are questioning our resolve. And what's interesting is they may not need friends to be successful in a Taiwan scenario, right? Particularly if they creatively leverage disinformation, right? You can imagine a disinformation campaign aimed primarily at Taiwan itself, the military. You could imagine a flood of fake or synthetic reports designed to confuse and disorient, fake chat over military communications. Think of the ways in which they could leverage new technology, deepfake technology. You could imagine a video of President Tsai surrendering before it even happened. And for the international community or the non-aligned fence sitters in the region, if that was amplified by a disinformation campaign online or on American social media companies, pushing the narratives that this was all because of a provocation by Taiwan or PLA forces are being hailed as liberators, well, they could confuse us long enough to be successful in a fait accompli. All they need is a little bit of a fig leaf to justify not getting involved, and in that way, the CCP could drive various wedges through our united front in a Taiwan scenario. So there are ways that they could be successful, even if they don't have many friends in the region.
Admiral Gilday, are we moving away from deterrence? Are we weakening?
No, not at all. So I think that the use of that word deterrence, and I think the fact that it's going to be the cornerstone of the next defense strategy is really important. There are two aspects that I'll just talk about very briefly. Representative Gallagher mentioned one, which is denying somebody the ability to achieve their objectives. And so in the cyber world, we rely on things like resiliency in order to do that. I also think that there's a second pillar, and it's the punishment pillar, the ability to impose costs. And that's where I think, if I could, I suspect that's where you were going, Representative Gallagher. I think that
I think that the aspect, the key thing is not sharing the information, it's sharing the capabilities that need to be built, and then having a mechanism in the software context where it's not about the PowerPoint, it's about showing the software working. And this is that's the most important thing. So, a lot of times in these discussions, there'll be like 50 things that could happen, but in my business, there's one thing that has to happen, and that's the most important thing. Now, you want to talk about luxury products? Sure, but I think the most important thing is not sharing extra data with us. So like, as we go into space, a lot of things are classified. Maybe they should be classified, but as the information maybe gets less important because you can also pull it from a commercial satellite, maybe it would be good to have more of that data. And those are real policy discussions, and you can tell by the people on the stage are open to being rational. So that, I think, will happen. I think the bigger issue is sharing results with the U.S. people and our allies, because the U.S. military is the most legitimate institution in America, maybe second to small businesses. And it's important to reiterate, like, Congress is at 13% popularity. And then the U.S. military is at 76% popularity. If we're going to have, every single vaccine in this country is distributed in our software, but the real heavy work happened from engineers from the U.S. military. And no one knows that. I can't tell you the number of people I run into who do not know that the engineering work, certainly done in our platform, was done by people who are in the U.S. military. And there's a legitimacy crisis in this country. We have one institution that people believe in. And the most important thing is to show people what's just exactly like I was articulated. We did this is how we did it, and this is how we're protecting you. And we in industry have more than enough opportunity to succeed. We need to take that opportunity and do more. But sure, luxury product will take more. The most important thing is that the capabilities actually get built, and we get to, it's not a competition on PowerPoints. Otherwise, most people who build products don't do sales. So you need to make sure it's about the product. And the second thing, which has nothing, it's not my interest, is just, and this is, by the way, plagues the Western world. Like, so, the Communist Party of France has in their manifesto, if they win, that they'll ban Palantir, which I'm proud of. And I'm progressive. But in any case, it's one of my great pieces of pride. I hope but in any case, we play a big role in Europe in anti-terror. And I tell my progressive friends, most of my friends, if these terror attacks had not been stopped, all those people you would see goose-stepping down the street would be goose-stepping down the street. So you know what? The Western world must show the public more of the results that are happening. And again, in America, there's one institution people believe in, and there's a lot of reasons to believe in this institution. First institution to built the bomb, integrated America. We have all legitimate debates about integration. There's only one institution that actually did it. So, and 2 million people in America, if you include people in online service, are representatives of an organization that delivers. And the most important thing we can do is help Americans, for example, on Project Warp Speed. I don't know what I'm allowed to tell Americans, but I do know people I interact with who are fairly well informed have no earthly clue what you guys are delivering, what other people are delivering, and that is a real problem for our society.
General Nakasone, there's a question from the audience which touches on some of Dr. Karp's points, which are, how can the United States effectively deter in cyberspace, given that we're generally secretive about our country's offensive and defensive cyber capabilities?
Well, I mean, I think the first point is that we have to look at it differently than we looked at nuclear deterrence. This isn't a binary, yes or no. This is a domain that our adversaries, given the ability to move into this domain so quickly, are going to operate every single day. So we have to operate every single day. We have to have a spectrum of capabilities, everything from the defense to the offense, as you say. And certainly we have to be engaged with that. And I think that at the end of the day, this is how we have success, that we are going to impose costs in a number of different ways, and with the interagency and with the private sector.
If I could just make one comment about that, just to perhaps reinforce General Nakasone's points. I don't think you have to take credit for everything. And I think that there's a certain advantage whether, if a U.S. team creates a certain effect against a certain adversary, to leave that adversary guessing on who actually did that effect, let them burn the resources to try and figure it out. And perhaps in the back of their mind, they're thinking, yeah, it could have been the Americans. It also could have been some rogue who agrees with America, or it could be another nation state, another like-minded nation state that took the action. So I think, as General Nakasone, the point I'm trying to reinforce is the fact that it's not exactly like thinking about deterrence as years ago. And I think that there are ways that you can leverage information in powerful ways that we haven't fully explored yet.
Representative Gallagher, do we talk enough or too much about our cyber military capabilities?
Well, earlier I made the case that we don't talk enough. I guess I would respond by saying I don't think the criminal groups are guessing after we launch an attack against them who carried it out in certain cases. It's obviously a mix. It obviously depends on the operation. But I think the big mistake we make, and I agree, cyber deterrence is not perfectly analogous to strategic nuclear deterrence during the Cold War. In fact, we sort of teased that out in the final report of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission. But at the end of the day, we're trying to deter certain people and states from doing things, right? It's not like cyber deterrence exists in its own little world. We're trying to deter China, we're trying to deter Russia, we're trying to deter North Korea, and we're trying to deter Iran, largely, from doing bad things, right? It's a bit harder when you talk about criminal groups with opaque connections to state entities, but we are trying to deter decision makers in those countries from doing stupid things that jeopardize our interests. And so we can't sort of talk about cyber deterrence as unconnected from other forms of deterrence or operating under its own unique rule set. I think the tenets of basic deterrence still apply. And as for an earlier strand of conversation, I was primarily talking about deterrence by denial. It's my observation that since we made a commitment to that in 2018, we have not implemented that commitment in any meaningful way, at least in our primary, most important theater, Indo-PACOM, where I think we have a long way to go in terms of reestablishing deterrence before it's too late.
The topic of the panel is also the future of warfare. And, as I was thinking about this, I was wondering, in the future, does the special operations team that gets deployed to overseas, is it going to have a software engineer as a part of it? Is it going to have a couple people from Cyber Command with it? Or is it simply that those will be separate, but they will be as important to be equally nimble and forward deployed or in the future? And I'm wondering, General Nakasone, I'm going to ask all the panel this question as we wrap up. General Nakasone, what are your thoughts?
Presence matters, and we will be there. We're already there. What have we learned over the past 20 years? That we have our developers with our operators. We have them understanding what the issues are. We have our best operators with our elite forces, and they have a number of different capabilities. This is not the future. This is now, and we're practicing it today.
Dr. Karp, what do you think?
Wholeheartedly. It's like if you're talking about the symbiotic relationship between industry and government, then that has to have a micro component, and the micro component will be that you will have operators that are both technical and operators that are more kinetic, and a spectrum, and I think the units will be small and very effective, and I agree. I couldn't say it any better.
Admiral Gilday, any final thoughts from you?
It's got to be a Swiss Army knife. So to reinforce the points that have already been made, it's got to be interoperable. It's got to be integrated, and it has to be generate effects that are technically feasible and operationally relevant. And you're not going to be able to do that quickly against a high-end adversary like China unless you're better integrated. So I think small teams going forward in the future are going to be tailored to different types of operations with exquisite capabilities in ways that I think we're completely open to and are doing it now, experimenting with how we get the biggest bang for the buck.
I agree with what General Nakasone said about presence matters. I would argue that is an enduring lesson from the old school of Cold War deterrence that we can apply to the present day. And I think, having spent a couple of years on this commission, attempting to sort of think about cyber issues, ultimately, I think it's still, it's fundamentally a human problem, right? Both our biggest failures are human failures, and our success will ultimately be a function of whether we can convince the best and the brightest to work with our defense leaders to solve some very difficult issues. And as Brad Smith alluded to in the first panel today, we're not where we need to be, but ultimately, I still believe that we have a lot of very talented, smart patriots in this country that want us to win, that believe deep down that we're still the good guys. And that's absolutely true.
I hope you'll join me in thanking our panelists.
That's a great job.
It's a great pleasure. Huge honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes panel 4. Please make your way to the first floor of the Air Force One Pavilion. Our luncheon discussion with Secretary Lloyd Austin is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way over to Air Force One. Our lunch program is about to start. One. Okay, one is good. One, two, two, two. Test. Test. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello, hello. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 2, 3. Hey, hey. Test. 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 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. My pleasure.
And
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 6, Pacing Threat in the Pacific. How should the new National Defense Strategy contend with China. Please welcome Senator Jack Reed, Secretary Christine Wormuth, General David Berger, Mr. Elridge Colby, Ms. Kathy Warden, and moderator Kathy Gilsonen from The Atlantic.
Hello. Should we get started? Let's do this. It's great to be here. I want to thank the Reagan Institute for putting together this wonderful panel of lots of intellectual firepower on a very serious problem. I also wanted to let everybody know that, as with most of these panels, you can submit questions via the RNDF app or via Twitter at the hashtag RNDF. I've got my little iPad here, and so I can take your questions as the panel gets going. I wanted to, you will know, I think probably everyone on this stage, but very quickly, Senator Jack Reed is obviously the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Army Secretary Christine Wormuth is the Army Secretary. General David Berger is the Commandant of the Marine Corps. Bridge Colby, the father and or godfather of the National Security Strategy of 2018. And Kathy Warden, CEO, President of Northrop Grumman. So thank you all for being here. This panel is dedicated, of course, to the China Pacing Challenge, which is a phrase that I think has come into vogue just in the past few years or so. So I have a few questions about what we think about when we're talking about the Pacing Challenge, why we speak about it this way, and where we're going while we're pacing China. But I wanted to start with a question that I thought was original when I came up with it, but have heard posed to several panelists today. But I think that means it's a good one, which is what keeps you up at night? And I just want to go down hear it from everybody.
Well, what keeps me up at night is the technological advances that the Chinese are making, and also the question of can they operationalize those? Because there's a difference between having great technology and being able to use it in an effective way. And that drives the other question that keeps me up at night is, what are we doing in terms of technology, and are we operationalizing our technology? And my sense is that you have to have both, and we have to put the pedal to the metal, because I think we were in a period of time where we thought we could cruise along at 30 miles per hour and stay ahead of anybody else, and now China is really accelerating.
Secretary?
Kathy, I think two things also keep me up at night in particular. One is the progress China has made in terms of their cyber capabilities, which are substantial, and I'm particularly concerned about them in terms of what they might do in terms of cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure here in the United States. You know, I think there is a real possibility that if we ever got into a conflict, you could see attacks on our power grid, for example, or the transportation sector, which would have implications not only for how we would be able to project our military power out of the country, but also would have, I think, very substantial consequences for the American public here at home. And I think we need to do a lot more to work with the private sector, which has 85% of our critical infrastructure, to make ourselves more resilient for that kind of a challenge.
General Berger?
Tactically, I would probably nothing new, but it would be a miscalculation, an accident, bad decisions between a couple of commanders, a couple of leaders forward that quickly spins into something, and we're trying to figure it out quick. I think on a bigger scale, it's probably not much different than the senators. We are not moving fast enough, so you constantly think, we think every day there's some obstacle that's slowing us down. The urgency is there. So I think for me, just something that you overlook, something that you didn't do that you're gonna, the generation of leaders today is gonna need, and the ones to follow. Just not moving fast enough.
Well, first of all, thanks, Kathy, and thanks to the Reagan Institute. It's an honor to be on this panel. I would say what actually really worries me, what keeps me kind of thinking and up at night, is something a little bit different than what the Secretary said just now, where he said nobody wants a war in Asia. And I think that's true in a kind of narrow sense, but I'm actually not convinced that that's true in a way that's more meaningful, which is He talked about China's enormously growing military capabilities. We know they have revanchist aspirations against Taiwan, and their ambitions are far greater than that. And from what I can tell, we're heading into a position where China will have the ability to fight and win what they call, a local war or under informationalized conditions. And I think we would be naive if we assume that they don't want a war, because I think if they are going to achieve their sort of hegemonic goals in Asia, which they appear to be intent on doing, they are going to have to confront us at some point. And if they can win without fighting by being clear about who would prevail, so much the better. But if it involves the risk of war, I think they will be prepared to countenance. And if you look at Xi Jinping, he's a man who lived in a cave for 5 years. I believe he's resolute. He's tied the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation to the resolution of the Taiwan issue. So what worries me is that it might actually be, if I were advising the leadership in Beijing, I might actually recommend precipitating a conflict or risking a very serious conflict in the coming years. And that's what really worries me.
Ms. Warden?
What keeps me up at night is a common theme that you've heard through the panel, and that is the speed at which China is both innovating and amassing capability. And I'm reminded often that this is not just a competition of the US military against the Chinese military, it's a competition of the US industrial base against the Chinese industrial base. And the responsibility that we have to ensure optionality for the others on this stage, as well as the ability to deter conflict, often comes because there is a perception that our nation is capable of out-innovating others, and that would deter us from getting to conflict in the first place. And that's what the role we want to play in the industrial base is.
So, Bridge, I want to turn to you since we're talking about the successor national defense strategy to the one that you shepherded back in 2018. And back then, you folks identified what you called an eroding competitive military advantage and said we're emerging from strategic atrophy. So it's 3 years later, and my question now is, in your view, have we emerged yet from strategic atrophy? And also in the interim, I hear us saying we're not going fast enough, but we've been thinking about these problems for 3 years. So what, to your mind, have been the biggest missed opportunities, and what do you think needs to be in the next iteration of this strategy?
Well, thanks for asking. I think the answer is no. In fact, we may even have, relatively speaking, fallen behind, because what matters is the relative context, not absolute. We might have be moving faster, but if the Chinese are accelerating and we're still behind them, that's not good enough. And so I think what the National Defense Strategy, as I understand it from Secretary Mattis, was attempting to initiate was an overhaul of the U.S. military to sustain or restore our conventional edge, for our alliance and partnership network in the Pacific in particular. China is the top challenge. And I'm not just saying him because he's sitting next to me, but I think the Marine Corps is leading the way. That's the kind of thing that I think we were trying to initiate, because it's not going to be the Pentagon that's going to solve all the problems. It's going to be the creative application, the force redesign, force posture redesign that is going to involve fundamental changes. And I think what the Marines have been doing in retiring, politically popular parts of the force, they are the pacing service. I think General Brown and the Air Force are now very vocal in this way as well. But I have to tell you that a key underlying point was great power competition, focus on the most significant powers, and focus on war fighting, not the other missions. And in some sense, I detect a little bit of an erosion, and I detect an erosion of the sense of urgency, even as the situation is becoming more perilous. And so at this point, I think we really need to consider things that seem extreme, because if we're not going to do that now, we're going to continue in this, in a sense, not even sleepwalking, but just walking towards disaster, which seems to be kind of what we're doing right now.
General Berger, are you seeing this erosion that Bridge is talking about? And also, can you comment on what it's been like for you trying to reorient a service in this direction rapidly?
I think if you separate conventional deterrence from strategic, I think you could make an argument that the forms of deterrence that we've been using for the last several years are not working. That China is advancing their strategy, and although there's not a hot war, they're moving forward on their goals. So if we continue to do the same thing for 3 more years, I'm not sure that it's even going to be status quo. So we have to operate in a different way, for sure. And I think you heard the Secretary, and I think his team has described the approach of integrated deterrence, which he mentioned at lunch today. And I think the other part that we talk about in terms of campaigning, that the services and the secretary talk about, and that we are not very good at, we haven't done that in a long time either. Really the active sort of every week, what are we doing to deter and how do we measure that? There's a lot of conversation. It probably didn't happen 3 years ago, but now it's centerpiece.
Can I just follow up on that? In what specific ways do you think deterrence is failing right now? We're not involved in a large-scale conflict. What are they doing that we should have been deterring?
If the metric is a large-scale war, then you could make that argument that deterrence is working. But that isn't at the essence of our strategy, protecting our national interests and stabilizing, providing the free and open seas and skies and all that goes along with it. That's the erosion, I think, that was reflected in 2018 and was that the Secretary spoke about this morning. They've expanded into the South China Sea. Their coercive activities are definitely not slowing down. Oh, if deterrence is more than just the prevention of a hot war, if it's a broader definition than that, then we have to change the way we're operating.
Secretary Wormuth, I know you've addressed this in recent days at CSIS, which is great. There have been many questions about the Army's specific role in the Pacific, especially should a conflict break out, but even in terms of things like deterrence. Can you discuss with us a little bit your vision for the Army of the future, given this context?
Sure. I think, sort of in the campaigning phase of things, if you will, I think one of the key roles that the Army plays is making sure that our relationships on the ground in host nation countries are really, really strong. Most of the countries in the Indo-Pacific, have large armies, or their army is kind of their core service. In many cases, their equivalent to the chairman is often an army general. And so we have a real, I think, advantage in terms of building on those relationships, being present on the ground. The Army a few years ago established a type of unit called a Security Force Assistance Brigade. We have our 5th SFAB, which is always hard to say, is aligned to Indo-PACOM, and elements of that unit are dispersed in countries all around the theater, working every day to build an interoperability and to kind of set the conditions for us to expand our access, if you will. So I think they're very useful in deterrent and in trying to deter an actual conflict. If we were to get into a conflict, I think there are a few roles that the Army can play. I like to call us, I think we would be the linchpin service in terms of going in, establishing and securing staging bases, joint operating bases, providing protection for those bases so that our air and maritime forces can operate and do the kinds of things that they need to do. I think we would have a big role to play in terms of setting up the distribution network to sustain the joint force. We are well positioned to provide command and control because our division and corps headquarters have such great planning and operational capabilities. We would bring, from an offensive perspective, long-range fires. One place where I think we have been in the Army having a lot of urgency and having quite a bit of success is developing our long-range precision fire systems like precision strike missile, the long-range hypersonic weapon, the mid-range capacity system. So, and then, last but not least, if we were needed, we would provide maneuver forces for counterattack. So, I think there's a role to play, but it's very much in enabling the joint force.
Got it. I want to stay on the joint force for just a minute because it is a nice opportunity since we have both the Marines and the Army on the stage here. I feel very safe and very free. How can you speak a little bit more, General Berger? I can kick it back to you about your vision for joint operations in the Indo-PACOM theater should conflict break out.
It's not my vision, first of all, but I think we've come out. First of all, we've come a long way in 30 years in joint operations, period, in a very good way. Which obviously, if you look at the PLAN, they're trying to catch up. They're mimicking us because they see the value of fighting as a team, fighting as services. So come a long way. I think the whole depth of what the U.S. military can provide Admiral Aquilino in Indo-PACOM is really powerful. It's not, in other words, one-dimensional. It's not just up close or not just at a distance. It's the whole depth. The ability to stitch all that together, which the Secretary spoke of, logistically and command and control, nobody else can do that. Oh, in terms of deterrence, we have to make it a calculus for them that when they look at the response from the U.S., that's going to be really wicked hard. We have to make it that hard for them. But I think it's more than the individual capabilities of each service. It's the ability under a combatant command to fight as one unit.
And do you feel that do you feel that you're sufficiently integrated at this point? I'm trying to get at, I guess, the specifics of if there were a Taiwan contingency, where do you see right now that there is work to be done in integrating the services?
For me, I think we are very comfortable, all the services working as a joint force. And I'm including Special Operations Forces, Space Comm, and Cybercom. We're very comfortable. It's not forced, not awkward anymore at all. It's natural. That is the way that we operate.
Is that how you see it as well?
Yes, and I would put out there, the Army just recently hosted and concluded what we call Project Convergence 21. And we looked at sort of 7 different scenarios, sort of operational challenges in terms of getting after, the anti-access area denial challenges that we're facing. And that was a joint effort. The Marines were there with us, the Air Force was there, the Navy was there, the Space Force was there. And we really were looking at, in some very specific ways, how do we connect our sensors and shooters, collectively across our various platforms. And we still have a lot of work to do, and I think scaling up what we were experimenting with in Project Convergence 21, there's a lot of work to be done there, but it was very much a joint experimentation exercise that I think was very valuable, and the feedback I got from my service peers was that it was very valuable.
The sensors point brings up obviously the cybersecurity domain, and I know Senator Reed, you've spoken publicly about your. I think you said you'd bet money on it that in the event hostilities broke out, the first thing that would happen is a major cyber attack. Can you tell us how you see that playing out, and where you see the United States needing to better prepare for something like that?
Well, the Secretary alluded to many of the aspects of that answer. One is there would, I think, be a cyber attack. In fact, there are probably low-level cyber operations going on constantly, but it would be a major, I think, attack, and it could be very disruptive to American society, so that you'd have the American people, confused, upset, and that is not a very good situation. I think also, too, it would be targeted at critical assets. We have a reserve aviation fleet, which would be required to ferry troops into they could attack those systems, and those planes might not be operational. Same with our maritime fleet reserve. They could be attacked, and you would see all those things, I think, going on. I think one of and looking at the issue of Taiwan in particular, I don't think it would be the traditional D-Day, because that would take months to organize your landing forces, and we would know that, and we would have time to either take action or to negotiate. So it would be more like, I think, what we saw in Crimea, which would be cyber operations, infiltrating, getting people in there quickly by air. But cyber will be a big part of it throughout. And we have to build out offensives, which we're trying, and to be able to counteract what they're doing.
And you've also worked very much on the Pacific Deterrence Initiative and spoken a lot about it, and I understand that it's modeled, at least to some extent, on the European Deterrence Initiative, which, as we're looking now at the European theater, deterrence also seems likely to fail. So what lessons it's possible that it could fail. What lessons can we draw from that as we're
Well, I think the first issue is it focused attention. In some respects, it was a breakthrough moment for the Congress where we finally said, not just rhetorically, but in legislation, China is the pacing threat, as the Secretary of Defense says, and we have to do something about it. And working closely with Senator Inhofe, we put together a way which we could assess the resources that were going into the Pacific. And we also emphasize, and I think it reflects the comments of General Berger and the Secretary, is that joint operations are the key. And a lot of the resources we put in place were designed for actual joint operations, starting with tabletop exercises, moving to the fleets, and then getting our allies together also. Because I think in terms of deterrence, we are much better off, and the Secretary Austin said it today, we're much better off with a coalition that is capable to operate together. I don't think we have that quite yet, but the more exercises we do, the more we try literally to practice what we hope will work, we'll learn more about what's effective, what technology we need, what technology one service has that may benefit all services. And you don't find that out usually by sitting around a table in Washington talking about the problem.
What about if you're sitting on a stage in Simi Valley? Would you find it out?
Well, I'd like to organize this side as Chinese, and General Berger, you're in charge of the American forces, and then at the end of the day, we'll see who won, okay?
The technology piece of it obviously brings us to industry, and Ms. Warden, and your role in this, obviously in the Cold War, Russia had the conventional advantage, which we offset with the tech advantage, and I wanted to put to you, can we rely on our tech advantage in the China competition now, and can the US defense industry compete with China's industrial effort?
I believe we can compete. I wouldn't limit it just to the contribution of the defense industrial base. I think this is a whole of country activity, just as it has been when we have faced great challenge and competition in the past. And so the defense industrial base is open and actively engaging and partnering with commercial technology companies. And when I look at the talent base that we all draw upon, it's not what industry individuals are working on, it's what problems are they trying to solve. And when we put the best minds in this country up against the toughest challenges, I'm very confident in our ability to drive innovation at the speed that we need it. What we as leaders need to do is break down the barriers that keep that innovation from coming to the forefront, from getting the resources that it needs, from being adopted because we're too risk averse to want to embrace the change and the innovation that is available to us. And so if I were to say what the greatest challenges to speed of innovation are in our country, it's not the talent base or the industrial base. It's the way in which all of that capability is brought to bear on national security challenges.
And that's an interesting point about barriers, because in the tech space, you know, the innovation that you need, that we need for national defense, isn't necessarily residing with the big dogs anymore, with Northrop. And so I'm curious how you see the relationship with some of these companies dispersed through Silicon Valley that are working on things that we need, that may or may not be reluctant to step into the defense space, but that arguably should be encouraged to do so.
Well, on behalf of all of the great Americans who have chosen to work in the defense industrial base, I would challenge you on the first point that you made and say that we have great talent in the defense industrial base, just as we do in the great commercial technology companies in this country. And so we can't have it be an either-or equation. It needs to be both. And there is phenomenal mission expertise that the defense industrial base has built over decades that is highly relevant to partnering with commercial companies to ensure that we can integrate these technologies in ways that are relevant and solve the problems that those on the stage represent. So can we do that? Absolutely. Are we doing that? Yes, we are doing that today. Do we need to break down the barriers that exist by providing information, not over-classifying programs that could use access to technologies, but we can't involve people because things are over-classified? These are all all things that we could work on together to break down barriers to getting the best talent in this country, no matter what company they go to work for. And that's the kind of mindset I think we need if we're going to move at pace. And it can't be this part of the industrial base is good, this part is bad discussion. It has to be, how do we tap into the talent of the entire industrial base?
The other question I wanted to raise, which was brought up, I think, by Secretary Austin's speech earlier, he spoke about competition. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion on all these panels about the China pacing threat, competition not necessarily leading to conflict. He spoke about competition with guardrails, and I'm curious for your thoughts, Bridge, having thought a lot about what this, I mean, everybody on this stage has thought about this competition, but you just wrote a book about it. What do you see as the guardrails that would keep this in the deterrent and competitive realm versus the conflict realm?
Well, look, I think that everybody should want guardrails. The question is how much the rhetorical emphasis and deliberate sort of pursuit of that as a part of our policy with China makes a lot of sense. I think rather, I actually believe that we should be clear about our long-term goal, which I believe is actually something like détente with China, and I differ with some of my friends on this point. But in order to get to that point, we need to be negotiating from a position of strength. What we don't want to do, and what I'm fearing, sometimes I hear from people in the administration, is that there's going to be competition and cooperation at the same time, as if it's this sort of, I think the term actually used in the New York Times was like, there's going to be jousting in the South China Sea, but then cooperation on these other things. And the Chinese have been clear, they were clear to Deputy Secretary Sherman, that they don't accept that model. So I think what we need to do is actually really focus on building up our strength. The best source of Chinese restraint will be their confidence that they will be frustrated in their goal, not just that they will suffer costs, but they will be frustrated and suffer costs. And then at the same time, we manifest our restraint in our overall goals, that we're not trying to collapse the country or dismember it and so forth. But I believe that's actually more of like a linear thing, that we need to go through a period of strengthening and confrontation, and then we'll be in a good position for a more collaborative relationship, which I do think is possible. But I think right now, if we don't focus enough on our strengthening part, we're already so behind. I mean, Harold Brown famously said about the Soviet Union, yeah, there was an arms race, but they were racing and we weren't, after the 60s and 70s. And that's to some extent, people say, oh, there's an arms race in Asia. Well, our posture has barely changed in Asia. They've been increasing by something like 10% for 25 years. So I think our much more serious risk right now is that the Chinese will perceive an opportunity, and particularly a window of opportunity, as our defense establishment is clearly shifting, but it's doing so somewhat slowly. Divest to invest makes a lot of sense, but it does potentially lead vulnerability. And if you look back at why major wars have tended to happen in the past, they've really often been because an aggressor perceives a window of opportunity that may be closing. So I think it's, I fully back that we should be restrained in our goals and in our object and our rhetoric, but I think we really need to emphasize much more the strengthening part right now. And that's also part of coalition formation. People are talking about allies and partners, but everybody in Asia is wondering whether it's prudent to stand up to China, because they don't want to be put under the microscope by Beijing, like Australia is now. And so it's very critical to show them we are strong and resolute enough for them to do so. And that will form the coalition that will then allow us to take a more, in a sense, moderate approach. But I think that's more of a question of sequencing, not at the same time.
Do the military services see any specifics in terms of guardrails that could telegraph to the Chinese that our intentions are purely deterrent? And I mean, we hear people say this at conferences, but what are we communicating to the Chinese through our actions?
We haven't, I don't know, I can't recall a discussion specifically on guardrails using the term. We have talked a lot about making sure that actions don't spill out sideways where we don't have a means to communicate to our counterparts, for example. Guardrails, in other words, through one lens, might be her ability or our ability to communicate to our counterparts going, don't misread this, or vice versa. So guardrails can help things from spinning sideways just because we didn't have a good way to communicate back and forth. Not in terms of limiting our will to do something, but in terms of making sure that both sides understand what we're doing.
How do you think, Senator Reid, about this competition versus cooperation dichotomy, and whether, I am curious about the extent to which this really is zero-sum. Does the idea that we need to be building up our strength necessarily preclude things like negotiations on climate agreements, trade deals, things like that?
No, I don't think so, but I think the point that Bridge made is that if they perceive us increasing our military potential in the Pacific at a rapid rate, that it will give them pause in terms of doing something they might otherwise do. But I think we still have, the reality that they are a huge commercial force throughout the globe. They will not deal successfully with these climate issues without some type of support or cooperation with China. I don't think you put them off, but I think at the same time, as we've, I think, all suggested, we have to organize ourselves not just within the services, but with our allies. I think AUKUS, in terms of what's happened recently to send a signal to China that it's a new day, when we did AUKUS together with Britain, Australia, and the United States, building submarines or nuclear submarines for Australia, that is beginning to operationalize what we were thinking about in the Pacific Defense Initiative, i.e., let's get our allies together. Again, you get them around the table, get them out at sea, but when you now have a system that was jointly produced and can communicate much more effectively with other systems, both British and United States, that adds to the forces the Chinese are trying to deter. And some of the programs that we invest in, they must be concerned about. Submarines are still a significant factor in the Pacific, and we have those, and we're building more of them. So we are trying to pursue a strengthening rapidly. But I think, again, we have to recognize, and this makes it much different, I think, than the conflict of the Cold War, this is a very globally sophisticated economic power, which the Soviet Union wasn't. And also, we're now in a situation where we have much more obviously a global crisis of climate change, which might be more not only destructive in the long term, but more destabilizing. What does China do when populations start moving in and around them, et cetera, because of drought and other situations? So again, I don't think you can abandon it. And one last point I want to make is that we have got to have a way to communicate directly to their leadership in a crisis situation. Because without that, you go to the point that General Berger said, somebody, some colonel decided that, his mission is to go blow up something, and whoops, you've got to be able to have that communication. So I would set that up very quickly.
And we don't currently have.
I don't think we have the kind of, and I'll defer to the Secretary.
It's not, my understanding is it's not always very real-time communication. There is a hotline type of configuration, but we don't have the kind of pick up the phone, talk in a crisis capability that we would like to have, and I think that's because China is reticent to have that given their style of governing inside the Communist Party.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. What would it take to set something like that up? From a layman's perspective, it sounds like a pretty simple thing to do.
Unfortunately, culture is very much determinative of things that are easy to do and hard to do. I think you've got to start. That's my point. You've got to go to them and make the point, and we would be supported, I think, by everyone, including the Russians, that this is just a basic predicate, particularly as they expand their nuclear capacity, and for their protection as well as ours.
The other question I have, and this is potentially for you, Senator Reid, potentially for you, Bridge, or anybody else who wants it, because I'm detecting a little bit. The security dilemma, I think, is a concept that remains salient today, and I'm hearing it come out in terms of, okay, well, we need to do a rapid buildup in the Pacific, in Indo-PACOM, to show that we're serious. But then at the same time, Bridge, you said the likeliest chance for conflict is where the power sees the window closing for an opportunity to do something like a charge of the Light Brigade across the Taiwan Strait or something.
Be more successful.
So how do you think about the security dilemma in this context? And again, I suppose this gets back to guardrails. There's a question from the audience about, whether we're stumbling toward an eventual war with China, despite what's being said publicly by officials.
Well, I think there's, Bridge brought up an excellent point. Are they looking at us and saying, the irony is they finally figured out that we're going to do something, but they're going to, if we give them time, can thwart us. The other side, and again, life is complicated, is they're also looking down the road internally in China with incredible demographic challenges, economic challenges, et cetera. And the other part of that calculation might be, well, not only are they building out, but we're reaching perhaps the zenith of our power, or at least what we can devote to military versus just taking care of our people. So this is an issue I don't think there's, frankly, a good answer to, but that's why I think it's necessary to take away the idea that this would be easy, whatever they wanted to do, whether it's Taiwan or elsewhere. And second, to begin to talk about, how do we reach some type of understanding and collaboration? So the two have to be joined.
Yeah, well, just to build on the chairman's point, and I think the other thing here is, and this is why the Pacific Deterrence Initiative that he's led is so important, is not only that it helps fill the gap, but it's manifestly defensive. I mean, at the end of the day, they can say what they want, but this is, and what General Berger and General Brown and others are doing, that this is not a force that's meant to intrude onto Chinese mainland and dismember the territory. It is it's strike, or what Secretary Wormuth was talking about, long-range strike. These are manifestly defensive weapons. Now, they could be used to strike the mainland, but they couldn't realistically be used to, project and sustain, ground power to hold territory. So it's very clearly designed, and for instance, some of the long-range fires and the capabilities that are in PDI and that the Army and the Marines are working, their ranges can be limited, so it's limited what they can do. And I think that's the kind of area where the security dilemma is very real. I mean, it's real, as the chairman was putting it. I mean, life is complicated. But we have to say, to me, it's like the Federal Reserve. You can't go too far one direction or the other direction. And now we need to err on the side of strength in order to get to a place where we can be kind of more moderate. But I think that's the key challenge. But I really think, and PDI is very relevant now because it's also designed, as I understand it, and he's the expert, of course, but to help us get through this nearer period, which has tended to be neglected for a variety of institutional and other reasons. But Congress has really led the way on that, and I think it's so critical that happened, because we do need to worry about the next few years, and for some of the reasons that he mentioned as well as the one I mentioned.
I think we also have to remember, another really important piece of the deterrent picture is Taiwan itself, and what Taiwan does to make itself much more, much less easy to swallow, if you will. Some people use the word porcupine or what have you, but I remember I actually went to Taiwan 100 million years ago when I was a young action officer in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And, the Taiwanese then were very much attracted to sort of buying all of the shiny objects, fighter planes and things like that, when really now, when you talk about urgency in the way that Bridge is talking about it, we need Taiwan to be investing in things like sea mines, in anti-ship missiles, in coastal defense, and really working on the readiness of their forces. I mean, at what level of unit can the Taiwanese army, for example, really, what's their readiness at kind of the battalion or brigade level? So that's something I think, we need to all be messaging to the Taiwanese government. It is past time to get after it.
Absolutely.
And this is another question from the audience. I'm sorry to pick on you, Chairman, but the question is, how do we keep pace with China under a budget process that hasn't changed since Robert McNamara instituted it in the 1960s?
I submitted that question. You're absolutely right. We have, in language of the NDA that we're currently negotiating, a commission first that's going to go and take apart PPBE, and we have to come up with a different way to do business. I think everyone who spoke today on this issue said it's too long, the valley of death, the Secretary of Defense said. That's one of our major priorities, one of my major priorities in the committee, is to try to make it simpler and more effective to get things done in the Pentagon. We've made some small adjustments. We gave the services sort of freedom to spend up to what I think the total now is $5 million or $15 million.
I think so.
Yeah, so they can do small acquisitions, but we have to think beyond that. Maybe it's a much larger total where there's autonomy for the agency, the service to do it. But no, the PPP, we are in a 1960 model, which worked very well in the industrial age, but this is the cyber age. And 2 years, I'm sure that back in 1960, Secretary McNamara, could design a Ford for 5 years and then market it. You can't do software for 5 years and market it, forget it. So we have to get there. We understand that. And I think you're going to see both in the department, because the Secretary is concerned about this too, he mentioned it, and in the Congress, ways that we can cut out some of the unnecessary paperwork that you have to do.
And I'm assuming you're no fan of CRs either. What are the prospects for getting a defense budget passed in a timely fashion?
I'm not a fan of CRs for all the reasons. My estimate is that the department will lose $36 billion if there's a CR for the year. That's a rough estimate. But it also paralyzes, I think many people say, their ability to do anything. And it's ironically, we've been talking about, China. I think they're really big fans of CRs.
Yeah.
They like CRs. We've got to get a budget passed. We're out to February now. And that, we can't go beyond that. We've got to get it done, and we've got to get the resources to the department and the authorization also.
But I mean, as an elected official, because here we hear a lot about, how bipartisan it is that everybody's finally, you saw that graph, everybody's finally waking up to the China threat. And yet when it comes to nuts and bolts sort of in Congress, somehow that bipartisanship evaporates. What do you think it's going to take to...
Well, I hope it doesn't take a serious wake-up call. I hope we can get up on our own. And one of the things that I believe will help us get, ultimately our omnibus budget is the realization that defense spending cannot be squeezed so significantly. In fact, that's sort of the leverage on our side is the defense budget, and then, we also want to fund other programs, but I think that would probably get my Republican colleagues more interested in being supportive than anything else.
I would like to turn to the survey results from the Reagan Institute's poll that they did. I think it generally takes a few seconds to get the slide up here, so I'll just tee it up while there we go. So this one is a little bit confusing, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna give some context to it and the questions that were asked surrounding it. On the question, the Reagan Institute asked the question of the single greatest concern Americans have regarding China. Again, given the slide we all saw earlier that it's a bipartisan concern and China's overtaken every other nation as a key threat, perceived threat to Americans. The greatest concern of 5 options given, the prospect of China invading Taiwan is the bottom of the concern list. So 77% were worried about it. 6 out of 10 Americans view Taiwan as an ally. However, assuming a Taiwan invasion, 71% of respondents support recognizing Taiwan as an independent country. And then other results, it drops off for other types of military responses. What we see on this chart here is it's actually showing the movement from the last time they did this survey, the movement of people who oppose this or don't know what they would like to see. And so what you're seeing is that opposition to some of these responses is going down, but more people are moving into the don't know category, which which makes sense to me because it bespeaks a certain kind of confusion about what we're actually about out there. And so I just wanted to put to all of you what you think the appropriate message is for the American people with regard to our commitments, ambiguous as they may be, toward Taiwan, and why this is in our interests. Yeah.
Well, I think the most important message is that it's not specifically about Taiwan, and in some respects it's not about China. It's about maintaining a system of international law and interaction which has persisted because of the United States primarily for decades and decades and decades. It's freedom of navigation. It's being able to move about. And it's also to advance, not principally by coercion, but by example, our ideals of freedom, of individual respect and autonomy, et cetera. And that is a notion that we share with many other countries. And so this is basically, maintaining, the world that we grew up in, which is one of law and not autocracy, and one of free trade, with prosperity that is fairly widely distributed, including the United States, and that's what we're trying to do. I think focusing in on, specific issues, people, that category of don't know grows a lot. And the only final point is that a lot of, I think, what is being seen now in China is another fallout from the pandemic. Associating China with the pandemic, we don't like those people, et cetera, and that factor has to be put in.
Secretary, do you think there's room for clarity? What would you want to explain to move people out of the don't know category?
Well, I thought one of the most interesting things about the survey results was it seemed to me to indicate sort of both an openness and an interest in wanting to better understand sort of what the stakes are for the United States in the Indo-Pacific, and this is framed obviously around Taiwan, but also the fact I think that it shows that we probably need to be doing more to talk about to the American public what the stakes really are for the country and why a small island called Taiwan matters to Americans all around the country. I mean, for example, in my hometown, College Station. And I think, when I think about it, one of the other things that keeps me up at night is the possibility that China continues to sort of, and Secretary Austin, I think, talked about this in his keynote, continues to sort of export the tools of authoritarianism and sort of a surveillance state, if you will. And I think I certainly don't want to see that spreading around the world. I don't want to see them eroding the current international order, which I think has kind of helped raise everybody's boats. And to me, it's making it clear to China that they can't violate the laws of territorial sovereignty is why Taiwan matters, because we want the Indo-Pacific to remain stable and free. But I think that that's not talked about very often. We don't talk enough about the stakes for our country in the Indo-Pacific.
And it's also difficult, by design, difficult to talk about Taiwan's sovereignty, which is not something we formally recognize. General Berger, do you?
Perhaps a couple thoughts. First, I think it's the wrong question.
This
assumes, well, by that I mean, it's probably helpful to some, but this assumes strategy has failed. This assumes deterrence has failed.
Yes.
More important, or before that, is what are we willing to do to prevent that from happening? Mm-hmm. So this assumes strategy failure, which we don't. But that said, maybe a couple of other thoughts. There's nothing on there I saw about what we would do to rally the allies, partners part. This paints it as bilateral us, China. Very dangerous. I believe we would be pretty active with everybody in the region in sort of a collective manner. What's our response? Not the U.S. response, but what's the collective response? Third part, I think it is healthy, though, to start to have a menu to think about this as a whole of government response, not just what are we going to do with our military if they invade Taiwan. This starts America to think about, okay, we have other tools. We're going to need all of them against this pacing threat. We're going to need all of that and more. It's not just what would we do with our military. From that aspect, I think it's healthy.
Well, I think it's a very interesting poll. I think the overall growth in the perception of China as the primary threat is very noteworthy across the political spectrum. But also, what's interesting to me, and from this really important poll and how the Reagan Institute has tracked it over a number of years, is actually that you could have a situation in which people saw the threat of China rising, but the support for intervening on Taiwan's behalf did not grow, and that's not what happened. Actually, they do move in tandem, it seems. And I think what you show, actually, that don't know, and we were talking about this with some of the Reagan Institute people earlier, is, I actually think that's reasonable. These are pretty technical issues. Even people in this room may not know all the various bells and whistles politically and diplomatically associated with some of these things. So I think what it's saying is, actually to General Berger's point, okay, what's the strategy? And then what Secretary Wormuth was saying about, all right, how does this fit into the bigger picture? And then what's the plan here? But it's showing to me that the American people are willing to consider this very seriously, and they understand the challenge from the primary rival, but they kind of intuit the importance. Chairman Reed deals with people, more direct voters, but I get the sense, actually, the China sense, and I think this poll shows it. People get it out there. They felt the impact of deindustrialization, obviously the pandemic that he mentioned and so forth. So they get it, and now they're kind of willing to hear, okay, well, what's the way that we do this? And so that's ultimately on the national security establishment, whatever you want to call it, to come up with a coherent plan. It's not people's job to come off the factory floor or the law firm or whatever and figure this out. It's kind of our job, writ large, to say this is the coherent plan and we're going to get ahead of the problem. And that's what I think we've really got to focus on, is trying to get ahead out there so we don't, to your point, General, that we don't get to this point, God forbid.
I should also say just quickly, since these are relative numbers, half of Americans, according to this poll, would support establishing, again, in the unlikely event the strategy fails, half of Americans would support establishing a no-fly zone over the area, which is a pretty large number, although, again, 25% didn't know. And only 4 in 10 would support committing U.S. ground troops to the defense of Taiwan.
But sorry, Kathy, I think the number opposing the use of ground troops in Taiwan is actually lower than that. So it's right. It's kind of, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
35. Good point.
Right.
35% would oppose. Yeah.
So it's kind of, to me, it suggests like an unsettled. And ground troops is obviously a huge escalation. Actually, it's one of the 3 red lines. But it just shows you that, to me, that not to quibble, but that people are kind of, okay, we're willing to do some hairy stuff, but give us a plan.
Ms. Warden, do you have any more comments in our last
I do on this matter, and we saw it this morning, the increase in the American public saying they don't know what the appropriate response is a message to us that we need to be discussing national security matters more with the American public, not less. And, I go home at night and read the DoD's military report on Chinese capability. Most Americans don't do that. And I talk to very learned individuals, other CEOs. They're not doing that. So we have to serve up information in digestible ways to the American public if we want them to be able to be informed when we ask a question like this, if we want them to be informed as voters about what their representatives in Congress should be supporting from a budgetary perspective. And if we want them to support our military and other senior leaders in taking action when necessary. I just think this is a really important issue for us, not specific to this question, but much more broadly.
I suppose the media has a role to play in that. Well, I think we're just about running out of time. If you want to do a lightning round of what country are we ignoring, or what big thing have we left out? No?
Come on. If you want a lightning round, when we think about conflict with China, we also better think about escalation. Yeah. Because when you get there, the options diminish quickly and significantly, and that's something we have to worry about. That's another stay up at late at night thought.
All right. 1 minute. Any?
Escalation's already happening, particularly in the cyber and the space domain. And that, again, is an area that isn't very public, but very important for us to recognize that this isn't a red line that is going to be crossed and we all know it. I think it is a gradual escalation, as the senator said, and one that is quite finessed.
Maybe I'll just say, building on Kathy's point, I mean, I think it's critical to explain to the American people, but also to be concrete with them about the urgency, about the scale of the challenge, to be kind of real, because the escalation risks, the costs, et cetera, are very real. But I think the American people will understand it. But it's going to be very costly and risky. But if we ignore the problem, it will be much worse. So I think we have to do, and I'm sure you agree, but we have to do it in a spirit of realism and not kind of just a hortatory, sort of foggy way. Like it's got to be. This is very real. It's the first time we face a rival that's our own size economically, ever, basically.
And one that we're much more economically entangled with
exactly.
than we ever were with the Soviet
right.
Union.
Exactly. Yep, much more.
All right, on that happy note, please join me in thanking our panelists, and thank you all for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats while our panelists take the stage.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Panel 6. Panel 8 will begin in 5 minutes on this stage. Panel 9 will begin in 5 minutes at the second floor of the Air Force One Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 8, When the Dust Settles, the Future of CENTCOM in the Era of Strategic Competition. Please welcome to the stage Representative Jason Crow, Representative Mike Waltz, Ms. Michelle Flournoy, Mr. Chris Brose, and moderator Jennifer Griffin from Fox News.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us. And I see there might be some football games on. But we're really happy to have you here to talk about When the Dust Settles, the future of CENTCOM in the era of strategic competition. And before we start, we do have a live audience. And those viewing around the country can submit their questions via the RNDF app or via Twitter at #RNDF. So what struck me in looking at and listening to the other panelists this morning is there seems to be consensus and a real attempt to race towards pivoting to China and getting out of the Middle East. And so what implication does that have for Central Command? Let's look at where things stand in the last 3 months. It's been 96 days since we pulled out of Afghanistan. A new global posture review showed that we're still going to have 40 to 60,000 US troops in the Middle East, 36 bases, none of them contiguous to Afghanistan, but we'll get to that later. Iran is in a sprint to get a nuclear weapon. We just heard moments ago that there had been an explosion near Natanz. Not sure what that's all about. In the last 3 months, we saw US troops get swarmed in Syria by drones that were most likely sent by Iran or Shia-backed Iranian militias. You had a Chinese hypersonic test that some have called a Sputnik-like moment, and 100,000 Russian troops are on the Ukraine border. So I'd like to ask my panel to first, what do you see and what are we missing when you look at these recent developments and we hear all this talk about pivoting to Asia, but we know that in our hearts, successive administrations have tried to leave the Middle East. What should we be looking at, and what do you see when we talk about this situation? I'll start with you, Congressman Crow.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for moderating, and it's great to be with fellow friends and panelists here. First of all, I'm going to just talk about this notion that the withdrawal from Afghanistan is conflated with the end of the war. I think it's really important that we bifurcate the withdrawal from Afghanistan from the overall war itself, and then we can kind of broaden out the conversation from there. Needless to say, the withdrawal from Afghanistan did not go well, but I want to come out and say, and I know I'm going to differ from some of the panelists here, that I think it was the right decision to actually win or end combat operations in Afghanistan, because what it allows us to do is widen the aperture of our engagement with the Middle East and with Central Command. Because our relationship with that command and that region has been primarily defined by that war the last 20 years. And now that we don't have to define it by that war and have our relations and our transactions based
on our tactical and strategic needs, we are able to engage in a different way, economically, with aid, also security, and diplomatic engagement, I think in a way that we weren't able to before. So I think it gives us great opportunity. But I think about the axiom that I often talk about back home about politics. When young folks say, how do you get young people interested in politics? And my response sometimes is, well, if you're not interested in politics, politics is always interested in you. And the Middle East is no different. Whether we're interested in the Middle East is interested in us.
It's like the mafia. You
Exactly.
try to get out, but it keeps pulling you back
There's that
in.
Godfather scene, right?
Exactly.
Where it pulls you back in. So we just can't ignore it. And you started this off rightfully by pointing out just some of the recent examples of things that we have to deal with. And of course, that's going to continue. So disengagement is not an option. And obviously, in the context of great power competition, we have a lot of vested interests in the region. And it's not just keeping China at bay, but our own very legitimate interests and reasons as well. So engagement has to happen. I think we have an opportunity to engage in a way that we didn't prior to the end of our combat operations in Afghanistan, albeit there are challenges there that I know we'll talk about. I think it is a good opportunity for us.
Congressman Waltz, what do you see when we think of with or CENTCOM?
Well, again, I think you can try to wish the problem away, as a number of administrations have tried to do. But ironically, I think the debacle that was the withdrawal and frankly, the policy itself is going to, in the long run, inhibit us from pivoting to Asia. I do think the national security strategy is right. China is the most existential threat this country faces. But at the end of the day, the going to zero option is going to allow the Taliban caliphate to fester. The intelligence and now the Defense Department is clear that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack us again, ISIS fully intends to attack us again, and now we've gone from within 2 years to within 6 months. Unfortunately, though, we've left ourselves with no options, no bases, no local allies. They're being hunted down as we speak, sadly. And a well-armed enemy that now have the powers of a state. So I fear that the, frankly, poor policy decisions that have happened in the last 10 months are leading to an axis of terrorism between Hamas and emboldened Iran, and now more hardline Iran, that I fear that we face within the next year a decision of an Israeli strike or a nuclear test coming from Iran, which will then lead to a arms race and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East, and over to a Taliban caliphate backed by an increasingly radicalized Pakistan. So I think with that dynamic, we can want to transition to and shift more in our global posture to the Indo-Pacific, but I think ironically those bad decisions are going to lead us to have to go back in ways that are going to cost lives, blood, and treasure. I mean, I think we're in the period now in Afghanistan that we were in Iraq when we pulled out in 11, and 3 years later we had an ISIS caliphate where we had to reintroduce. However, when we reintroduced ourselves to deal with that issue, we had the Kurds, we had bases in Turkey, in Jordan, in Israel, in the Gulf, and we had a lot of tools to deal with that we don't have in Afghanistan. So I think Jay Petraeus is right. We are going to seriously regret these series of decisions.
Michelle, how do you see this?
So, we've talked a lot about it at this conference about this, we're being at a strategic inflection point and having to shift more of our attention and focus and resources to Indo-PACOM, and I think that is absolutely right. But it doesn't mean we're abandoning or leaving the Middle East. I think this is a moment when we need to take a clean sheet approach, really think through from our interests to our objectives to our posture, what do we need for the Middle East, and retailor and right-size and refocus what we do in the Middle East. So I think we still have vital interests, disrupting, degrading, defeating terrorist organizations that are still those that have a focus on attack planning against the United States in particular. That's still a persistent problem, and we've got to pay attention to that. Second, Iran, stopping Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapon, disrupting and doing a better job of defeating their support for terrorism and proxy across the region. And then even though we are in a better energy position ourselves, we still have a vital interest in keeping open the waterways, the free flow of the freedom of navigation, the free flow of goods and services and energy in the region. So there's a reason for us to be there. But I think the posture we've inherited is so shaped by the last 20 years, it's really not fit for purpose. So I think what we need to do is focus on where are the things that we need to do better. Like, we need better counter-drone defense for our own forces and for our allies and partners, like given what the Saudis recently went through. We need to be working much more closely with our allies and partners in building up their counterterrorism and their elite forces for not only against traditional terrorist groups, but also thinking about how are we going to disrupt Iran's support for terrorism and proxies. We could be taking a different approach to freedom of navigation. It's not clear to me that you need an entire carrier battle group or an entire ARG tied down in the Gulf to be able to have a naval presence that makes Iran think twice about provocations. So we really have to kind of take a fresh sheet approach, clean sheet, and really right-size and tailor our approach. I agree that the history tells us that Middle East keeps pulling us back. But I think this is where strategy is so important. The fun part of strategy is setting priorities, like we're going to focus on China as the pacing challenge. The hard part of strategy is accepting and managing a degree of risk in other places that you judge to be important, but not as important as your main priority. And that's what we've got to do in the Middle East.
Chris.
Yeah, I would agree with a lot of what's been said. There's sort of a Bill Murray and Groundhog's Day quality to the current situation. 10 years ago, we kind of ran the social science experiment of wanting to pivot to Asia, focus on China, put the Middle East in the rearview mirror. We kind of saw how that worked out. I don't think we want to do that again. I agree with Michelle. The Middle East has been at the center of great power competition and a lot of great power conflict for about 200 years, and I don't think that's likely to change. The thing that's sort of frustrating about the current debate is how it seems to be so kind of consumed by false choices. Either it's all China or nothing. We're either all in the Middle East or we're all out. CENTCOM gets everything or CENTCOM gets nothing. And I think largely building on what Michelle said, we are in this ironic position of talking much about this conference, of the sort of pacing threat, innovation, future of warfare, and it's all playing out in the Middle East right now. In much the same way that, if you looked at World War I and wound the clock back, all of the sort of transformations in warfighting that played out in 1914 were visible on battlefields, in the latter half of the 19th century. So in much the same way, I think we have to realize that the Middle East is right now moving forward in terms of all of these things that we're concerned about with respect to Indo-PACOM. You talk about the drone strikes recently in Syria. These aren't drones. These are small airplanes. These are low-cost cruise missiles. Swarming tactics, AI-enabled weapons, anti-ship cruise missiles, anti-access area denial capability. These are all versions of what we are concerned about vis-a-vis China, and that is proliferating and expanding considerably. This is something that my company is intimately familiar with in the work that we're doing to support forces that we have deployed in the region. But when you sort of take a step back and say, okay, well, how are we going to think differently about this problem? We end up back in this false choice. And I think that's where we really need to think differently about how can we actually use CENTCOM to move forward with a lot of the innovative approaches, development of concepts of operation, development and fielding rapidly of the kinds of new capabilities that have been mentioned here thus far, and recognize that these are problems that we don't have the luxury of ignoring. There are foreign policy problems that we have the luxury of ignoring. Unfortunately, many of those in the Middle East we do not. And as traditional assets, as sort of traditional capability migrates out of the region, we're going to have to think differently about how we bring new types of technologies, capabilities, approaches, ideas to bear to address the real problems that we do have there. So counter-drone and violent agreement about that, over the horizon ISR and targeting. We're not going to be able to do this the traditional way with all of the traditional force structure that we've traditionally had for the past 20 years. And I think, the final thing I would say is that if we cannot do this in CENTCOM, what makes us think that we can do this in Indo-PACOM? So I would recognize this as kind of the immediate problem that we have. It's moving very rapidly in a pretty dangerous direction, and we have to stay ahead of that.
I guess my question would be, are the weapons that we used in the Middle East and developed in the Middle East over the last 20 years since 9/11, are they even relevant to the fight in Asia?
Some of them I think are, but I think we have to recognize that there's a defensive element to those systems that we didn't have to worry about in many of our operations in CENTCOM that we now do.
Because it was asymmetric.
Exactly. And people will shoot back, and they have cyber capability. So, we have to look at these platforms, and I think they're going to have to be changed or updated to an extent to be relevant. But it's also the CONOPS, the TTPs are going to have to change as well. I mean, we've built them around a counterterrorism TTP and CONOP model that is going to have to change as well.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, I think we can't fixate and sort of make all of our decisions on the basis of the possibility of World War III in 2030, never. The reality is, even in INDOPACOM, certainly in CENTCOM, we will spend the majority, hopefully all of the near future, in a pretty high stakes phase of competition. There will be 100% a military element to that. There'll be a lot of pushing and shoving, but hopefully it won't be outright warfare and conflict. So many of the things that we have relied upon in the past will still be relevant for the future. At the same time, it's the capability that needs to progress. We talk about unmanned systems. The things that we're really operating are kind of exquisitely manned systems. We can't continue to operate that way, rely on kind of antiquated technology in that respect. And to me, the problems that we have in the Middle East are a place where we can actually get away from having these endless conversations about when new capability is going to arrive and actually start getting it out into the field quickly to solve the real operational problems that exist there.
Michelle, where would you draw down in the Middle East? And you can also follow up on what Chris said.
Well, so I think we had a period over the last several years where, unfortunately, the bar for deterring Iran was set at, if there are American casualties, then we will respond. There's a this is a very high bar. And in lieu of actually responding to lower level provocations, the prior administration would say, well, we're really serious, we want to respond in a tough way, so we're going to send 10,000 more troops. So our troop levels ratcheted up without necessarily having a really clear purpose. And one of the things that I would say we have to look at is, and this is another way in which CENTCOM actually relates to how well we're able to do in INDOPACOM, is the appetite of CENTCOM became so huge that the constant rotation of forces started to create real readiness problems in terms of the force was meeting itself coming and going, having a hard time, having time for training, for reset, for maintenance, and so forth. We've seen this in the Navy in spades. But I'll give you an important thing. So, if you take an example of the Navy SEAL community, you have a maritime special operations community that's spent the last 20 years in a landlocked country doing kinetic operations, kicking down doors. If we want the SEALs to be really relevant and give us unique differentiated capability in INDOPACOM, they've got to get back to some of their original missions and really focus on the maritime set of missions first and foremost. That takes time. That takes, don't send me heel to toe to the Middle East constantly. I need some time to actually reorient, retrain, reconceptualize my force. And this is the good news is the leadership of SEAL, Admiral Howard is all about this and trying to do it. But it requires some relief on the op tempo. And most of the op tempo demand has been consistently from CENTCOM. So that's part of managing the risk. If you want to reorient your force, have time to do concept development, retraining, experimentation, integrate new capabilities so that you're going to be successful in INDOPACOM and with the new threats in the Middle East, you actually have to buy back some bandwidth and some time and some readiness.
Let's go to the two slides that are relevant to this discussion. The first one shows, should the U.S. have withdrawn troops from Afghanistan? And it's pretty interesting because 40% say no, 47% say yes. And then about 69% thought we could leave the same troop level in Afghanistan and remain, and that it all would have worked out. 24% favored increasing troop levels. And then if you go to the second slide, You have counterterrorism in Afghanistan and the talk of over-the-horizon capabilities, and that's what I'd really like to talk about is if you look at Democrats, 60% think we can rely on over-the-horizon capabilities without any boots on the ground. Independents fall somewhere in between, and Republicans say, are doubtful about over-the-horizon capabilities, and 53% think you'll need boots on the ground. I'd just like to open up to the panel, is there such a thing as over-the-horizon capabilities without boots on the ground? And what are we missing? Or do we all agree that there is no?
Jen, I think the 10 dead Afghan civilians sadly and tragically speaks to trying to do it with one collection platform. And I can tell you as someone who has called in way too many of those strikes that more than I ever care to think about at night, you have to have folks on the ground. It takes a network to defeat a network, and in order to manage a network, you have to have capabilities. You have to have an intelligence apparatus, and you have to have special operators. And I think to Chris's point, we fell into this, in the broader narrative, this false choice of hundreds of thousands of US troops or zero. And I get, and I know, Jason's made this point, that leaving just the 2,500 was not really an option. But I do think getting up to basically, what it would have taken to manage Bagram and to keep that support infrastructure in place was an option that, from everyone I've talked to, wasn't fully explored. But at the end of the day, part of that polling, and I thought Karl Rove made the point very well this morning, is that we haven't had commander-in-chiefs across multiple administrations explaining the consequences of going to zero and explaining that we didn't have hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground that were dying in droves, and using examples of like what we've done in Colombia, reminding Americans we've had people there for 40 years in a supporting role, and that we have 50,000 people and 50,000 service members in Japan and 30,000 in South Korea, and this is really about American leadership, and were we willing to pay a premium to prevent another Pulse nightclub or San Bernardino or, God forbid, another 9/11? And because we haven't sufficiently, I don't think, explained the necessity of it, is why you see the polling like it is.
Well, I also think that...
But I don't think over the horizon, I think it's I keep looking for it in our doctrine books, and I keep asking everyone out there, and I just don't think it's a talking point.
So one point, I think the media didn't help matters by calling it America's longest war. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a war anymore. It was an operation. Mm-hmm. It was a...
So combat operations ended in 2014.
Yeah. Right. And it was a listening post.
Our involvement.
And we should have defined it as such. It was a listening post. Michelle.
I just talk about, the notion that over the horizon can work, if you have a dedicated intelligence partner on the ground, and U.S. forces are coming over the horizon, it can work. And look at the Fatah. Our campaign against al-Qaeda leadership, which was highly successful in Pakistan, was an over-the-horizon. We didn't have boots on the ground in Pakistan. That was an over-horizon thing, but it was contingent on an incredibly intelligence networks, partners, et cetera. And so it's possible.
But that was being run from a neighboring country.
Yes.
Not 8,000 miles away.
I agree. So I think the problem with Afghanistan
How long is that horizon?
The horizon is very, very long.
Right.
And there's no local basing structure, and we have no internal partner anymore who can really help. Another example is, partnered operations, for example, in Syria, where, again, for the most part, other than some advisors, it's not American boots on the ground. It's Kurdish and Syrian Defense Force boots on the ground with American support. But here again, this is an area where I think we need to do some fresh analysis of how are we going to deal with this, because the truth of the matter is, the Taliban never implemented their part of the agreement that they made with President Trump. Mm-hmm. They are still very much affiliated and working with al-Qaeda, for goodness sake. The Haqqani network is now in a leadership seat in the Taliban running the country. So how are we
we're wholly dependent on Pakistan.
Right.
For overflight.
So you've got al-Qaeda coming back, you've got ISIS growing. And you have other places where we have partnered counterterrorism that looks good on paper, but if you dig into the details, it's not working so well. So this is another area where I hope the administration will do a really detailed look at how are we going to disrupt and defeat and contain these threats, because many of them are just persistent and some of them are regenerating.
And I hope that that review, by the way, I mean, the administration is undergoing a CT review. And I really hope that this review is more holistic and isn't just focused on over-the-horizon and kinetic capability. Because if we want to play a game of whack-a-mole for the next 50 years, we can do that. I think we have to ask ourselves, when we say it works, what does work mean, right? We can do decapitate operations in perpetuity forever. It's extremely expensive. We know how to do it. We can figure out how to do it. But what we lack is really a comprehensive CT strategy that's a whole-of-government strategy that says, are we just going to continue to kill terrorists forever? Or are we going to try to figure out other ways to reduce the threat using a whole-of-government other options? And part of that is we have a more immediate problem than the counterterrorism problem right now, which is growing. The immediate problem is there's a famine that's about ready to start in Afghanistan. It's already starting. And with that famine is going to come massive population displacement, massive refugee movements, which is going to destabilize the entire region. And then you look at options of, or the potential of weaponized migration that we've talked about, Jennifer, where, is Pakistan going to use that against India? Are the stands to the north going to use that against some of their other neighbors? So we're looking at a massive destabilization over the next 3 to 6 months as possible if we don't take some immediate measures to address some of the OFAC license issues, some of the flow of aid into Afghanistan to provide some basic food sustenance for folks. And the administration needs to very quickly put out some guidance as to how the NGO community is going to do that.
I want to
Just a brief point before we leave this. I know we want to move on. Again, I find it ironic that we're here sort of agonizing over whether we can do over-the-horizon operations in Afghanistan. But if you talk to operational planners in places like Indo-PACOM and EUCOM, their entire future is based on over-the-horizon operations. How do you do beyond line of sight counter, ISR, targeting, long-range fires? We're going to have to figure this out because we're going to have to operate that way in other places. So again, it's not this binary kind of either-or type issue. There will be probably small numbers of people in places like this. But you're going to have to figure out how to begin to do this from a technology capability development standpoint, because a lot of other things are kind of counting on that.
So
it is a bit different, though, over the horizon hitting a Chinese ship than putting a bomb on a forehead in a city of 4 million people surrounded by innocent civilians from 8,000 miles away, where you use up 80% of your fuel just to get there. So, I mean, we really have put ourselves in a very difficult situation. And I just...
Well, that brings me to another point, which I think we might get some bipartisan agreement here.
Right.
Congressman Waltz and Congressman Crow.
It does happen.
Most of you may not know that they're friends. Both served in the Army, Ranger Regiment, Green Beret. Republican, Democrat. But one thing you agree on is that this issue of the thousands of Afghan commandos that we left behind in Afghanistan who still remain a slightly cohesive group, these could be the people that if you had to send forces back in, it wouldn't be American forces. Talk to me about the commandos. What have we forgotten in terms of leaving them behind?
Well, there's the moral argument here that we just have a moral obligation to help people that helped us. I say without a hint of hyperbole, both Mike and I have said repeatedly that we might not be here today if it hadn't been for the service of some of those Afghans that fought with us and worked with us. There's also the strategic argument, as has been repeated consistently, and it is very true at this forum and other forums, is we're strong because we have partners and allies. And to have friends, you need to be a friend. And there is a very real question in the mind of our partners and allies throughout the world in different areas as to whether or not we are a predictable and stalwart ally. And certainly the manner in which we withdrew and the folks who are left behind sends a very clear message, and it's the wrong message. That's why we have to continue the work to do everything possible to continue the evacuation and to get folks out of there and to honor that commitment. So that is a very real challenge. We know that disappearances and
assassinations and mass killings are happening as we speak for our partners and allies, and we're not going to stop working to try to do everything possible to prevent that from happening and bring them to safety.
I just, on this one point, jump in. I mean, there is some history here that's relevant. If you look at how we handled things post-Vietnam, initially we kind of fumbled the ball on helping with our South Vietnamese allies and partners, but eventually the president at the time created a task force that was in existence for many, many years that really organized a US government effort to find, evacuate, and relocate and resettle all of the partners who had helped us. Right now, we have a kind of soda straw, kind of very, very modest effort that's still going on by the government, and then this very large civic society, veterans group run effort. But I think it's time for the US government to say, look, if we're really serious about not leaving people behind, we're going to form an ongoing effort where the US government is going to put resources against soup to nuts, finding people, getting them vetted on manifests, out to lily pads, into third countries, and just, if we can run around the world asking people to take Guantanamo detainees, we can go around the world asking them to take the allies who helped us in Afghanistan. So, I mean, it's time to have a whole of government effort. It should have been there from the start, but it's not too late.
You're here.
Yes.
You're here.
One thing to just follow up on, and I know Congressman Waltz, you feel strongly about this, these are not just translators that we have a moral responsibility to. These are people who know our most sacred TTPs. Right. They're people who could work with us in the future that we are going to need down the road if you don't want to have to send back tens of thousands of American troops. Talk about that part of the equation.
So there's a couple of pieces there. There's the commando, the special operators, some of the entities that work with our intelligence units, and they would be and are being, some are being flipped now through coercion to hand over many of our TTPs. And so aside from the moral argument, there's obviously a national security argument of getting them out. We're going to push the State Department to reclassify those individuals to the P1, P2 category. They absolutely fit it, and State Department could do it tomorrow and should. So that at least we have a category then. Then it is the matter of actually getting them out, and they are being hunted down right now as we speak. But I do want to also speak to the resistance front that is still there in various forms. Ahmed Shah Massoud, the Vice President Saleh are alive, and back and forth in and out of the country. Look, I just, again, look at the analogy of Iraq. Of when we went back into Iraq and Syria to deal with the caliphate, if we had had to do that without the Kurds on the ground, how much more in lives and blood and treasure would we have had to commit? And if we do have the emergence of an ISIS caliphate or some other type of attack, if we have another Pulse nightclub or San Bernardino or what have you, the demands to deal with it, I think, are going to be tremendous, and who are on the ground are we going to have to work with? So from setting aside the moral standpoint, from just having a backup plan, of just having options, I think we should have a relationship. If the administration's not ready to go there, fine, but we should have some type of relationships with the resistance elements.
Well, and after Vietnam, they used Guam as a lily pad.
Right.
The governor of Guam has said that she's willing to host these thousands of commandos temporarily while they figure this out, but they are still a cohesive group, and time is ticking. Mm-hmm. I want to switch to the issue of the biggest change to CENTCOM of late has been Israel being moved from under European command to CENTCOM as a result of the Abraham Accords, or in conjunction with the Abraham Accords. Tell me, I'd like to get your thoughts on what that means. Does that mean that we're going to be able to hand the Middle East over now to allies? Is Israel going to work with Bahrain and UAE to counter Iran, and so that the US can now shift to Asia? What does this mean in real terms?
Well, I think it's a natural extension of the Abraham Accords, which was truly historic, and it wasn't really covered. The UAE just sent their first ambassador to open a UAE embassy in Israel. I mean, that is just a phenomenal sea change. And to cement that to really cement that shift in geopolitical priorities amongst those countries, to have an increasing diplomatic and economic relationship between the Emiratis and the Israelis, between the other signers of the Abraham Accords and the Israelis, and then to cement that on the mill-to-mill site, hopefully eventually, led and shepherded by CENTCOM, could truly be tremendous, particularly if we have a nuclear-armed Iran or we have some type of conflict between Israel and Iran.
I have to jump in. People always ask me, as a former Democratic appointee, can you say anything that Trump did right? Abraham Accords. I mean, we all have to acknowledge that was a strategic win for the United States, for Israel, for the region. And it's very important to build upon. You look at recent CENTCOM naval exercises, they've been included Israeli vessels alongside those from the Gulf states and others. So this creates a lot of opportunity, as the representative said. But I do think it would be a mistake to think that, okay, we're done here, they can just handle it on their own. I mean, I think the U.S. continues to be the glue, the U.S. showing up, the U.S. being credible, the U.S. leading continues to be important. But I also think that it's time to enter a new phase of security cooperation. I mean, we have very mature, we are very much in support of Israel providing for its own defense, and they do that very well. But with some of our other partners in the region, we're very good at selling them shiny objects and capability, and that's great in some cases not. But we really need to work with them to get them to turn that equipment and that hardware into actual operational capability. I mean, it's true, we have sold I think this is true, more Patriot batteries to partners in the Gulf than we have deployed U.S. Patriot batteries in the Gulf. This is a high-demand, low-density asset for the U.S. military. So rather than trying to get more and more U.S. Patriot batteries into the Middle East, how about we get them out of the warehouses of our partners and work with them to get them operating and get them comfortable actually putting these systems in place and contributing more to their own defense and to our collective defense. So there's a sort of next level of maturity I think we have to have with our security cooperation and a more strategic approach to really go after the threats that they're experiencing every day, whether it's counter-drone or counter-missile or terrorism or what have you.
Mm-hmm. If a lot of the intelligence, and you talk to allies, and it's no secret that Iran is in a sprint to get a nuclear weapon. Are we at the point that we just assume Iran will have a nuclear weapon? Is there anything left to deter? That some estimates, they could break out in 3 months. And what will that mean to the region? Are we too late?
No.
No.
Yeah,
we are not.
I'm not gonna acknowledge that they're gonna get a nuclear weapon. I don't think anyone else will. We still have options. I mean, there are still options that we have available that that could be employed to prevent that. Of course, the breakout time is very minimal. We've certainly that window has narrowed significantly, but there are options available. But I do think the diplomatic one is a really important one. I think we have to increase the costs, not just from a kinetic standpoint, but from a diplomatic standpoint.
But the talks are not going well right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, to be clear, the 3 month, that is to get a material for a weapon. Weaponizing it is
another matter.
A different matter. Mm-hmm. Thank goodness there are still things they're working on there that are, there's still things they would have to get right there that they haven't gotten right yet. But so it's not like they're 3 months from a usable weapon. That said, I think we should be very concerned, and I don't think the negotiations are going to result in agreement anytime soon. So we do have to gather with our partners and allies in the region, saying what are the other mechanisms we have to push back on this or to prevent it ultimately. I don't think we're out of diplomatic options, but I think we also need to be, preparing other kinds of options to ensure that they don't actually get a weapon. I do not think we should accept that as an inevitability at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think if we can keep our current posture which is all hopes in diplomacy that doesn't seem to be working, and going from a maximum pressure campaign to what seems to be an attempted concessions campaign. I mean, the Iranians were clear that this was a conversation about sanctions relief, period, and came in with a very hard line. I think unless we go back to a maximum pressure campaign, which at one point we saw the Iranians drop from 4 million barrels per day to under 400,000. Their currency was tanking, their economy was on their back foot. And a metric that I always look at is that their proxies, the PMF in Iraq, Hezbollah, Hamas, weren't getting paid. Then, until we get them to a point where they'll come to the table from a position of weakness, I mean, right now they're building centrifuges faster than we can get diplomats to the table. So I agree, we can sit here, be candid and say diplomacy has to work, but I'm not hearing a lot from the administration or from the Congress about how that is actually going to work without going back to a maximum pressure campaign.
What's your perspective, Chris?
I'll be the pessimist on the panel. I mean,
right.
It sounds great to say all these things, but when you just kind of look at the facts on the ground, this is not heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
You look at the statement from the European Three, you look at how the Iranians are continuing to move out on capability development, and that clock was already, pretty wound down to begin with. And it kind of goes back to your earlier question of, if we talk about not wanting to accept this, then are we basically saying we're putting military option on the table? That would not seem to be consistent with everything that everyone at this conference, to include the Secretary of Defense, is talking about. So is this an instance where we are going to look to partners in the region who are starting to develop patterns of behavior themselves together to take action themselves? Is that something that we would view as consistent with U.S. kind of national defense strategy, prioritizing Indo-PACOM? I think we're down to a pretty bad set of options right now, and there's a lot of reason for that, a lot of blame to go around, but I don't see a lot of cause for optimism on this one.
And what's the state of alliances in the Middle East after the pullout from Afghanistan? I've heard from some of the Gulf partners there's disappointment. They're starting to cut their own deals, recognizing that the U.S. may not be a partner. I'm not sure what Israel's thinking right now in terms of can they rely on the U.S.? What is your view, Congressman Crow?
I think we have to take very concrete steps to reassure them. I think we have to engage, and this goes to my beginning point, that we have a moment of opportunity now to redefine our relationship with our partners there and not have it be a transactional one based solely on our combat operations in Afghanistan, which I think has largely defined a lot of those relationships. And obviously there's Iran and other factors, but within the Afghanistan area of operations. And we do now have an opportunity to redefine that and engage economically and engage in other ways. But I think it is safe to say that we don't we have not yet determined what that regional strategy is and how we're going to go about doing it. And I think we have very limited time to do so. But that does go to the Iran point, though, because I'm not sure the maximum pressure campaign was working either. You look back a couple of years, and one of the biggest problems that the regime in Iran was having was civil unrest and dissent. They 2 or 3 years ago, they were having massive problems in their own population, which had a more Western bent than they do now. And now anti-Westernism is surging in Iran. The hardliners are surging in Iran. Things are not moving in a good direction. So I'm not sure the maximum pressure was necessarily working either. So that raises the question of what a broader regional diplomatic engagement would look like and what other approach we can take to try to tip the scale back in a more positive direction.
What's your feeling about the state of alliances, Michelle?
I think we have a lot of, I think the U.S. relationship with Israel remains remarkably resilient and strong.
Even though the American people in recent polls, those that view Israel as an ally, it's down 17%.
No, that is true. And I think this is why you can't completely divorce the security piece and even you can't divorce the security relationship from ultimately the resolution of the Palestinian questions, because even the Abraham Accords, how far these Gulf countries can go in their cooperation with Israel depends on ultimately whether there's a solution that provides a two-state solution for the Palestinians. But I do think we're at a point where we do need to kind of, again, really re-engage our allies and partners and come up with a common understanding of where do we share interests, how are we going to align our approaches to dealing with them. And I do think that getting beyond Iraq and Afghanistan, whether you were for or against how those wars ended, we do have an opportunity to take a fresh look and say, look, we both have we have very serious problems with Iran, both its pursuit of nuclear weapons, its support for terrorism, its use of proxies around the region. How are we collectively going to deal with that more effectively? How are we going to help you, Saudi Arabia, given the vulnerability you have to drone strikes on your energy infrastructure? How can we work that problem together? How can we help you develop more effective means of countering Iran's other destabilizing activities and so forth? So I do think there's a substantive basis to kind of refresh the partnerships in the region. But I think, you've got to ensure that people find the bandwidth to do that, even as they're also trying to put more emphasis on Indo-PACOM.
I want to go to one of the questions that we
jump in one time, because I thought it was just very quickly, I thought it was really telling. About a month ago, I had a longtime ally in the region, ambassador from that country, ask me who the heck would sign up for Team USA right now after what we just did to our 20-year allies. And that the message was in Afghanistan. And the message is clear that, and it is reverberating throughout the region, that jihad has won, democracy in the West is lost. The UN is reporting 8,000 to 10,000 foreign fighters flowing into the Afghan region. And essentially what he said was, talk is cheap. You've got to walk the walk in terms of being an ally. You can give us all the assurances and reassurances you want. And the next kind of where the rubber meets the road is, are we going to support them if it goes to a conflict with Iran? And are we prepared, if we don't take direct action, as to what Chris is saying, and putting a military option on the table, will we support our allies if they feel they have to do so? And so, I think a lot of our reassurances now in the wake of Afghanistan are falling on the table and falling hollow.
Chris, I want to ask you about one of the questions that we received is how much U.S. equipment that was left behind is actually a danger and it fell into the hands of the Taliban? Was it really small arms? How concerned should we be about weapons that were left behind?
Yeah, I think you have to differentiate things. I don't think any weapons left behind that fall into the hands of the Taliban is a good thing. We had a hard enough time, getting the Afghan Air Force to fly the aircraft that were available. I don't think they're all of a sudden going to, stand up a Taliban Air Force. But all the small arms, vehicles, things that are going to make them a more formidable force internally, that's inherently a bad thing. There's no good way around that. And I think it's only going to increase the challenge that we have when inevitably we're going to have to contend with elements inside of that country who are using equipment and other capabilities that were left behind.
One thing we haven't talked about, and we have, a few
in the first place, Jen, I think that equipment's going to end up is in the Kashmir, and dealing with our partners in India, and they're phenomenally concerned about it, as they should be.
I'll say, though, that the numbers have been radically inflated. They really are. And I agree with the point that, any weapon in the hand of the enemy is not good and shouldn't be accepted, and do everything possible to prevent that. But, some of these numbers about $85 billion in aid, just not true.
That was cumulative.
That's cumulative. Yeah, most of that was personnel costs. Sure. And we actually did remove most of the equipment, or it was destroyed, including with the commandos, destroyed most of their equipment, their facilities. So it is a very minimal amount compared to some of the numbers that are floating around. And also, a lot of that equipment is not going to be useful in a very short order if you can't maintain it. You don't have the batteries for it. Yeah. You have to maintain that stuff very regularly in that area. So.
Even the M16s are different from AK-47s.
That's
They've
right.
got to be cleaned.
So it is being used right now against our allies, and it is being used.
Yes.
Sure.
No,
the Panjshir.
Sure.
It will end up
But I think it's important that we
Kashmir.
are realistic.
So whether it's $2 billion or $82 billion, I don't think they really make that distinction right now.
We have only about 5 minutes left. I want to just ask everyone, one thing we haven't talked about, we're all assuming that budgets remain the same, that the resources remain the same for the Middle East and CENTCOM, but realistically, budgets probably won't remain the same, and shifting priorities, we'll see a lot of that budget money going to Indo-PACOM and elsewhere. If you're looking at CENTCOM, what does CENTCOM need to do to either reorganize, save money, change? Chris, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think it's simple. I mean, I think they have to disrupt themselves. I mean, the reality was we were not going to solve the problems of that region the way we were seeking to solve them. We mentioned Patriot batteries. We don't have enough Patriots in the region to defend against the unmanned air systems and advanced cruise missiles that are coming their way that cost a fraction of what a Patriot missile costs. We're never going to have enough, traditional ships and other things to do the kinds of operations that we've done in CENTCOM. So we're going to have to change anyway. I think the budget pressures, the alignment of resources to other AORs, which should happen, hopefully create some creative pressure on the region, on the department, to realize that we can't ignore the problems and pretend that we're just going to sort of, do less with less. But we're actually going to innovate our way out of this problem and do more with less. Typically that gets held up as a pejorative. I think in this case, it's actually an imperative. They have to do things differently in order to meet the challenges that they have in the region, and ideally, that is going to sort of, chart a path to how we could do things differently in other regions, because it's a version of the same problem. China is big and getting bigger. We're not going to get out of this. We're not going to win a shipbuilding race against the Chinese. So we've got to find a way to innovate our way out of this problem.
Yeah. Michelle, what would you get rid of?
Well, again, that's the wrong. I mean, I hate to say it, it's the wrong question. It's not reducing off the inherited baseline. It's reconceptualizing, and I think the Global Posture Review sort of maybe we had too inflated expectations, but it kicked the can down the road on this. But it did say, look, we've got to do this work on the Middle East posture, and I think that is an opportunity again to clean sheet it and to say, what are our vital interests there? What are the key threats? How have those threats changed? How do we need to, tailor and kind of reconceive and tailor and posture ourselves differently, as opposed to subtracting from the inheritance, like reconfigure, rethink. And I really like Chris's idea of using, because of the drone threats, because of so many of the technologies and the techniques and approaches that we're going to see in the Middle East, we will show up in a different way in other regions and at much more daunting scale. So it's a great test bed to figure out how we're going to deal with some of these new challenges and do it with allies and partners, frankly, who do have a lot of resources. And if we could get them to step up to the plate, and with our security cooperation and really kind of go after some of these problems together, I think it could be very beneficial to the region, but also to us.
Congressman
Wells. I would just reemphasize Michelle's earlier point of I think there's a lot we can gain by helping our allies better utilize the assets that they've already bought, that often literally are sitting in warehouses, that we can get a lot of gain for very little investment. And I also think we can get a lot of gain with our existing relationships. I'm the co-chair of the Kurdish caucus, and I think we can continue to work with those that are willing to work with us. But I don't want to leave the stage without also, pointing out that I think our domestic energy policy, particularly in the last year, whether it's the additional regulations, the withdrawing of leases on federal lands, the pressure on pipelines. I mean, we find ourselves 10 months into this administration asking OPEC to pump more and walking away from energy dependence. I just have a fundamental issue with that, and I mean, it's not concordant with the national security strategy, and it's making us, we have more reliant now on the Middle East with greater gains aside from the terrorism problem. So there's a lot that I think we could do here to help CENTCOM do more with less.
We heard the Defense Secretary say that there won't be a NATO in the Pacific, but do we need a NATO in the Middle East?
I think that's unclear yet. I think we have to go through an assessment of what our strategic interests really are. I mean, because we have been so CT focused, I don't think we've had a really robust conversation about what the other interests are. Access to rare earth minerals. Michelle pointed out freedom of navigation, being more explicit about that, countering Iran, economic interests, countering China, the idea that China is making inroads. So to what extent do we want to not necessarily oppose that, but be a counter partner or a secondary partner to that? We need to have that conversation first, and I think that will then drive who it is we're engaging and the manner in which we are engaging with them. But I do think formalizing that process and formalizing some alliances in some way will be really important. And just to finish on the issue of what to cut, of course there's risk. Right? We talk about the CT stuff, which really has dominated the conversation in this area for decades. Of course, there's risk. Right? There's risk everywhere, and there's lots of different types of risk. So it's not a question of whether or not there's a risk. It's all relative risk. We just can't do it all. We don't have the money to do it all. We don't have the attention to do it all. And I think we actually have realized that now, sitting here in this forum in these conversations, that we are behind. We are behind because we've been distracted in time and resources and attention for the last 2 decades. And that's a great example of where we have to decide where we're going to accept some risk.
Well, with that, I want to thank my esteemed panel and thank the audience for being here with us. We will now, my colleague Bill Hemmer is up next.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award ceremony will begin in less than 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome trustee of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Joe Lonsdale.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. As a Reagan National Defense Forum attendee, you each received the 2021 RDNF Challenge Coin, and inscribed on it are these words from President Reagan's first inaugural address in 1981. When action is required to preserve our national security, we will act. We will maintain sufficient strength to prevail if need be, knowing that if we do so, we have the best chance of never having to use that strength. President Reagan knew that a nation that is prepared for any conflict, strong enough to win any war, is a nation less likely to have to go to war. That is the essence of peace through strength. The Reagan Foundation makes it our mission to ensure this proven philosophy serves as a guide for America's defense and national security leaders, regardless of party, for generations to come. And the Ronald Reagan Peace Through Strength Awards honor those whose service advanced that vision. This award has been presented to some of our nation's most exemplary leaders and distinguished statesmen: a vice president, secretaries of defense, secretaries of state, and members of Congress. Tonight, we will present the Peace Through Strength Award to two more leaders of the highest caliber. The award itself features a bronze eagle perched on a granite base. The eagle, a favorite of President Reagan's, represents the strength and courage America has shown throughout our history. In the eagle's talon is an actual piece of the fallen Berlin Wall. It is a reminder of America's role in bringing freedom to the oppressed, or breaking down the barriers to democracy and liberty. I have the honor today of presenting this year's first Peace Through Strength Award. For 26 years, Mac Thornberry represented the 13th District of Texas in the United States Congress. For 26 years, he was a champion for the men and women of our armed forces and a strong foreign policy. He was a longtime member of both the House Intelligence Committee and the House Armed Services Committee. When he rose to the chairmanship of the Armed Services Committee, he worked to streamline the Defense Department acquisition, to enhance innovation in the military, and to get new technologies into the hands of the warfighter faster. He was always looked beyond the horizon, striving to prepare America for threats to come. He led in creating the National Nuclear Security Administration to improve management of the nation's nuclear weapons complex. He introduced a bill to establish the Department of Homeland Security 6 months before the attacks of 9/11. And he helped prepare the military to defend the nation in the domains of space and cyber. Early in his career, Mac Thornberry served in the Reagan administration. He worked at the State Department as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Legislative Affairs. So it's something of a homecoming that he's now an integral part of the Reagan Foundation family. By virtue of his service as chairman and ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, he has been a co-chair of many Reagan National Defense Forums. Our military is stronger, better equipped, and better prepared, and our country is safer thanks to the leadership of Mac Thornberry. For his Reagan-esque vision, his nonpartisan approach, his innovative spirit, and his strategic mind, we're honored to present this Ronald Reagan Peace Through Strength Award to Chairman Mac Thornberry.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for that generous introduction. I have to admit, however, that I'm somewhat intimidated by this award, especially by the ranks of prior recipients, present company included. And that feeling extends to Secretary Work, who has and is contributing to our nation's security in many ways in and out of uniform. I should probably just say ditto and take my seat, and I'd be better off. Nonetheless, I'm incredibly grateful and incredibly honored by this, while knowing that whatever useful I may have done over the years has been because of those I've had the privilege of working with. Again, present company definitely included. And because of the love and support and patience of my family, especially my wife, Sally. Each visit to this library is very moving to me, and I'm grateful to John Hybush and the trustees, not only for presenting President Reagan and his accomplishments so well, but for keeping them relevant and inspiring for all of us today. I first got to see Ronald Reagan in person when I was in high school. He came to the Texas Panhandle to campaign for the first Republican to ever represent our area in Congress. He rode around through the crowd shaking hands on horseback, which I thought was really cool as a high school kid. The congressman ended up losing his reelection that year, but from that day to this, I have admired and learned from and been inspired by the example of Ronald Reagan. Of course, no phrase or idea is more associated with him than peace through strength. That bipartisan approach led to our success in the Cold War, and I think it still applies to our challenges today. Timeless truths, clearly spoken, resonate through the ages. Because I'm feeling bold and august company, I'm going to propose a slight amendment to that phrase and make it peace and prosperity through strength. Now, my amendment is not exactly original. President Washington said in a State of the Union, if we desire to secure peace, one of the most powerful instruments of our rising prosperity, it must be known that we are at all times ready for war. Timeless truths, clearly spoken. I think one of our failures in recent decades, and I include myself in this indictment, is not adequately explaining to and reminding the American people how their lives are not only safer and freer, but also longer, healthier, and more prosperous because we decided after World War II to keep a strong military and to stay engaged in the world. It's too easy for us to forget and too easy for us to lose what has been accomplished in the decades since we made those decisions. So what kind of strength leads to peace and prosperity in 2022? Well, national strength obviously includes a robust economy, innovative diplomacy, trade policy that reflects our strategic interests, among other things. But we can't hide from the fact that it is military power that undergirds and brings credibility to everything else. The first ingredient of military strength that enables peace and prosperity is, of course, our people. We must keep those who serve and their families who also serve first. And we have to take care of the whole person. There are some disturbing signs these days related to our ability to continue to recruit, retain, support, and enable the best and brightest of our nation. They are our greatest advantage, and their devotion to duty sets a high bar for all the rest of us. Strength also requires a vibrant ecosystem of innovation where government, industry, and investment work closer together than ever before to develop and get the best technology and systems that our whole country can produce into the hands of the warfighters. We're not there yet. We don't yet move at the speed of relevance either in decision-making or in equipping our warfighters. We talk about innovation, disruption, and risk-taking, and there are a few pockets that do, but too few. And a few pockets here and there are not going to allow us to keep up with China. And because old habits die hard, I've got to remind everybody that we'll never develop the kind of vibrant, innovative ecosystem we need unless there is predictable, adequate funding from the federal government for that effort. To be strong, we also have to have creative strategies and concepts across all domains on everything from strategic nuclear deterrence to information operations and disinformation that we talked about earlier today, and not allow ourselves to get locked into a predictable mindset, which Napoleon called the unforgivable sin of a commander. Professional military education and wargaming has never been more crucial, and incredible new modeling and simulation capabilities allow us to test approaches that we could never have even considered before. Today, strength means that we continue to form and nurture alliances and partnerships of many kinds, and that includes a broader definition of the defense industrial base with companies from allied and partnered nations. And strength that enables peace and prosperity, particularly in our democracy, requires approaches that are consistent with our values. As we develop and utilize new technologies such as AI, it must be done in a way that is consistent with who we are and what we believe. Staying true to our values requires our national leadership to continuously educate and explain and remind us about what Americans have done in the past, calling us to be worthy of their efforts, and about what we're doing now and why it matters in the future. As is true in our personal lives, whether military, civilian, leader, citizen, true strength rests upon a culture of service over self. With that culture, everything else falls into place. Without it, everything falls apart. Of course, the opposite of strength is weakness, and we have adversaries always probing, sometimes with a bayonet, sometimes with a bot farm, looking for our weaknesses and trying to exploit them. It's pretty clear that our greatest weakness these days is our internal divisions and polarization. Adversaries see that, and they're trying to take advantage of it and even make it worse. Unfortunately, we give them too much help. Much of this boils down to the question, as it did in Washington's day, of whether a free people can govern themselves. I spent this fall as a resident fellow at the Institute of Politics at Harvard's Kennedy School, where my topic was the intersection of politics and national security. The students and I, as you can imagine, talked a lot about political dysfunction. I told them I believe that there are deep societal insecurities involved that are going to take a while to diagnose and repair. But in the meantime, each of us can help a little bit in our daily lives by at least not adding to the problem and making it worse. Isn't it funny that one of the keys to defending this great nation is a little bit of personal restraint and self-control from each of us in what we say and in what we share? But actually, the founders knew that too. In looking at our divisions and partisanship and other problems, some see the decline of America. But I draw inspiration and hope and context from history, particularly three historical figures whose busts some of y'all may have seen in my office. The first, Lincoln, surely faced a tougher time than any of us, and still he guided us through. His example from the past and my interactions with students who are our future give me renewed hope that we can and will get our democracy back in order. The second leader, President Reagan, of course, gave us the blueprint to follow: peace and prosperity through strength. And the third figure offers us the inspired resolve we need. Just after the war, Winston Churchill told an audience in New York that strength is granted to us all when we are needed to serve great causes. We have a great cause, and it's the reason this annual Defense Forum was created in the first place. A few years ago here, Secretary Ash Carter told me about a brief visit he'd just had with the young serviceman who had met his plane when it landed. He was trying to decide whether to re-enlist or not. And as they were talking back and forth, Secretary Carter told him, just remember, there is no higher calling, no more noble way that you can spend your days than help protect your fellow citizens and defend their freedom. That's another timeless truth, clearly spoken. That's our great cause. Whatever our role, in or out of government, each of us is needed, and nothing we do is more important than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are few people in this world who truly understand the inner workings of the Department of Defense. Fewer still are those who have navigated the department with ease and expertise of our next honoree. So integral was his leadership that Secretary Mattis asked him to continue his service, probably not something he wanted to do, which began under Secretary Carter in the Obama administration into the first 6 months of the Trump administration. From 2014 to 2017, Robert O'Rourke served the nation as the 32nd U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense, a truly demanding role that requires overseeing the day-to-day business of the Pentagon and developing the Pentagon's $700 billion defense program. But Bob Work is far more than a capable executive. As we all know here, he's a strategic thinker, the rare breed of leader who brings an academic mind, military experience, and a manager's practicality to any set of problems. In the defense and intelligence community, he is widely celebrated for his work on the third offset strategy, which aimed to restore U.S. conventional overmatch over strategic rivals and adversaries, something he introduced here at the Reagan National Defense Forum. And he focused on fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and big data, before it was cool to say those words. As he explains, not only the American military have the superior equipment, we must also have the best information to act faster and more effectively than our adversaries. The Reagan Foundation Institute has benefited tremendously from his insights. In 2019, he co-chaired the inaugural Reagan Institute Center for Peace Through Strength Task Force, which produced a report detailing recommendations for developing and strengthening the national security innovation base. Bob Work served for 27 years in the Marines, retiring as colonel in 2001. From 2009 to 2013, he was the 31st United States Undersecretary of Navy. In his career, Secretary Work has been awarded the Defense Department's Distinguished Public Service Award twice, the National Intelligence Distinguished Public Service Award, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Distinguished Civilian Service Award. We're proud to add one more award to your shelf, Mr. Secretary. For his past service and present leadership, and for his embrace of the values of peace through strength, we are proud to present this award to a mastermind of defense policy, a leader who thinks about the challenges of tomorrow, a tireless public servant and scholar, Secretary Robert Work. Congrats, Bob. Well deserved. I'm so happy you're getting this.
Thank you, everybody. Well, Roger, thank you for that overly kind and overly long introduction. If you could please send me a transcript, I'm going to keep it for my obituary. Now, a couple of months ago, we received a phone call. I was up in my office, received a phone call, and my wife said, "Hey, honey, you got a phone call." I said, "Who is it? Do you know?" She said, "Yeah, there's this guy named Roger Zakheim." I said, "Tell him I have COVID." Because, as he said, Roger will always come, every time I get a call, I'm afraid he's going to say, "Hey, we've got this task force coming up. We really could use you as the co-chair. It's not going to be that much of a heavy lift. Please, please, please." And you all know him. He's so irrepressible. I can't say no to him. So with some trepidation, I took the call, and he said, "Hey, we would like to honor you with the Peace Through Strength Award." Now, my first thought was, he's punking me. And my second was, he's dangling the award and then he's going to ask me to do something. I said, well played, Roger. But the third, just like Chairman Thornberry said, when I think about all of the incredible American leaders who have received this award, I wasn't certain I could stand with them. You know, I was a second lieutenant. I remember everybody, we'd have our platoon sergeants, they saying, okay, I know some of you think you want to be a Marine Corps general, but let me tell you something. It's easier to become the Deputy Secretary of Defense than a Marine Corps general. And I mean, who knew? I mean, so 40 years later, as I am leaving on my last day as the Deputy Secretary of Defense, by that time I had adopted Thomas Edison's quote, where he was talking about how it took him so many times to create a light bulb that he finally patented. And the quote was, "I have not failed. I just found 10,000 ways that don't work." So after my surprise, I was just absolutely delighted, pleased and honored to be given this award. And any award associated with President Ronald Reagan is a singular honor. And the other thing that I knew was going to happen is I was going to share today with Chairman Thornberry, who is known as one of the most foremost and ardent supporters of our United States military, and he's just one of the most delightful human beings in Washington, D.C. Now, President Reagan is my true life hero. I can state with certainty that I would not be standing here today if it wasn't for President Reagan. We've talked a lot about peace through strength, and generally people think of the Strategic Defense Initiative and the way he masterfully played the Soviet Union in the 1980s leading up to the end of the Cold War. But not for me, because by timing and circumstance, he became known to me as the savior of the all-volunteer force. And as Secretary Austin said today, the all-volunteer force is the true foundation of strength in our armed services. Now, I was commissioned in August 1974. The draft expired in July of 1973. Draftees served for 2 years. So the last draftee left the force in July of 1975. I arrived in my first duty station in Okinawa in August of 75. So I consider myself a plank owner of the all-volunteer force. Now, people forget today that the all-volunteer force was an experiment. No one knew if it was going to work. And let me tell you, the first 6 years of the all-volunteer force, it was rough. And there was no guarantee of success. The thing that bedeviled the force the most was our drug problem, stemming from Vietnam. In 1973, 42% of personnel in Vietnam admitted to using opioids in the year before, and many of them said that they were dependent. In 1974, we began random urinalysis testing. But when we first started it, it was a clinical program to find servicemen and women who had a drug problem so that we could help them. In 1980, the DoD Health Survey went across all of the different units in the United States military, and between 27 and 38% of all the service members in all the units said they had used some type of drug in the past 30 days. And in 1981, on the USS Nimitz, there was a horrific accident. 7 planes were destroyed, 11 damaged, $150 million in material damage. But worse, 14 sailors were killed and 48 injured. The investigation said that drugs were the cause, and 6 of the dead sailors had drugs in their body immediately after the accident. So I'm telling you, I mean, the drug problems we had were just unbelievable. Right behind that was alcoholism. It was a big, big problem. The service generally encouraged heavy drinking. On Friday evenings, you would go to the battalion office hour, happy hour. And the happy hour, you were pretty much expected to, just drink until you dropped. DUIs were often overlooked. Any servicemen could drink on base, regardless of their age, up until 1982. The Liberty incidents we had were just unbelievable. We were in constant fear in Okinawa that Marines were going to do something that were going to aggravate our Japanese hosts to the point where they would ask us to leave. So you had drugs, you had alcoholism, and racism. 6 weeks before I arrived on Okinawa, there was a humongous race riot at Camp Schwab. There were rebel flags festooned out throughout the barracks. And the N-word was used all the time. Then there was sexism. There were strippers in all of the clubs on bases. At least I was told there were. And there were penthouse and Playboy centerfolds throughout the barracks, and worse, in the workplace, where young Marine women would work. The overall quality of the volunteers that were coming in, pay was not all that great. And so we didn't have a lot of high school grads. Many mental category group 4, which is the lowest, Cat 5 is the lowest, but category 4 is generally the lowest category on the aptitude test that we allow in the service. There were thieves, UAs, unauthorized absences, AWOL. Officers of the day would be accompanied by armed Marines to make sure that they were safe. And let me tell you, the most scared I was in my first tour, back then, if you were a second lieutenant, you would be made the disbursement officer every 2 weeks. You would come up, and you would have to go down and get just this big pile of cash. And then you'd come back, and you'd hand out the cash to the Marines. And there were always people trying, to rob the dispersing officers. It wasn't quite as good as any of the movies you see today, but in fact, I remember there was one case where 2 Marines hit the disbursement officer, got onto a moped, and they drove away, but they had practiced it so much they ran out of gas. It was also very difficult to hit our re-enlistment quotas. All of us second and first lieutenants were saying, hey, you got to get these Marines to stay. It was very, very difficult to do it. And by 1978, 1979, for a short period of time, if a Marine enlisted, they were made a sergeant. Now, for those of you in the military, you know that our NCOs are like the white blood cells of the all-volunteer force. They are the things that help you repair damage in the body of the force. And when you start just telling someone, okay, if you can breathe, you're a sergeant, you're asking for trouble. Your white blood cell count goes way down. So by 1980, I wasn't really certain I was going to continue on active service in the Marine Corps. But I got orders to Hawaii. I had just been promoted to captain, so I said, okay, I'm going to give it a go. And then 1981 came. And I swear to God, it was like the pall had been lifted. Now, I know that President Reagan didn't sit in the National Security Council and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. But he was the boss, and this is what happened. On December 1981, Deputy Secretary of Defense Carlucci writes out a memo and says, commanders, you are authorized to take punitive action of anyone who comes up with a positive drug test, to include discharge, and courts-martial. That was astounding. We knew who the druggies were. Now we could go after them and get rid of them. And then there was a program called the Expeditious Discharge. That's the way it was called in the Marine Corps and the Army. The Navy called it pumping the bilges. And yeah, I don't know what the Air Force had. Maybe they didn't have any bad guys. I don't know. But what would happen is if you had 2 non-judicial punishments, administrative punishments, you could be severed. You could be rolled out of the service in 30 days. So as a company, I was a battery commander. I was in charge of an artillery battery of 105 millimeter howitzers. We're about 120 Marines. Man, I am telling you, between getting rid of the druggies and being able to go after the bad guys, we cleaned out the shaft really fast. And then the president, he gives these 2 huge pay raises. I can't remember whether it was 81 and 82 or 82 and 83. I think one was 10% and one was 15%. And it was cool to be in the military again. People were responding to the president's optimism about America and about having peace through strength. It was cool to be in the military again. And I don't want to get all biblical, but it reminds me of Isaiah, the Old Testament. The Lord said, "Who will go for us? Whom shall I send?" And I said, "Here I am, Lord, send me." I know that because I watched it in fury. But from 1981 and 82, every year the quality of the force got better. More high school graduates, more Category 1 and Category 2, the highest aptitude folks. Then we got new gear that worked. We got new trucks, we got new Humvees, we got new machine guns, we got new rifles, we got new sleeping bags. I mean, it was like Christmas. Every month we'd get something new. And we got rid of all the old Vietnam crap. And then it was all about warfighting. It was peace through strength. We were going to demonstrate to the Soviets that if they wanted to go, we were ready to go. Started the National Training Center in the Army, Red Flag in the Air Force, Comp 2X, Top Gun in the Navy. And we trained and we trained and we trained. By 1985, only 8.9% of servicemen and women said they had drugs in the last 30 days. By 88, it was down to 4.8%. And between 82 and 88, all the bases in the United States, the drinking age went up to 21, which really helped us. I remember thinking when Saddam Hussein said, "Okay, I want to have the mother of all battles," I said, "You do not know what's coming down on your head." We had the best troops, the best NCOs, the best commanders, the finest gear, the best training. I said, "You don't know the whirlwind that you're going to reap here." As President Reagan said, no arsenal, no weapon in the arsenals of the world is as formidable as the will and courage of free men and women. And Secretary Panetta, who was a recipient of this award, when he received the award, and he said, "And that is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have." Can I get an amen? Whew. Now, many of you, I tell this story all the time, so I apologize for those of you who've heard it, but there's a story. It's based on truth. There might be some, embellishments. But it happened in Afghanistan, a Marine patrol led by a sergeant, probably 22 years old, leading 10 to 13 Marines between the ages of 17 and 20. They were on a patrol in Afghanistan. They come up to a rise, and down below, on the plain below them, is a donkey cart, 4 Afghan civilians, and it looks as though they're digging something in at an intersection. And everyone immediately assumed that they're planting an IED. So all the Marines looked to the sergeant. "What are we going to do, Sergeant?" He said, "We're going to get in a squad wedge. We're going to go down this hill. Be ready, but we're going to see what they do." So the Marines start down the hill. The Afghan nationals see them, and they scatter, running away, leaving the donkey cart. They get to the donkey cart, and in the cart are explosive materials. And the Marines are totally bummed out because they're saying, we let these guys get away. We have failed in our mission. And the sergeant said, not yet. Unhook the donkey. So they unhook the donkey, and the donkey starts meandering down the road. What do we do now, Sergeant? We're going to follow that donkey. They follow a donkey to a nearby village. The donkey stops in front of a hut. The sergeant tells the squad to stack up. They go in. There are 4 Afghan nationals. They scrub them for explosive residue. They all test positive, and they take them into custody. And they take them to the battalion command post. And the battalion commander hears this story, and he goes, Sergeant, this was brilliant. What made you think of this? He paused for a second and said, well, sir, I grew up on a farm, and I'm a sergeant in the Marine Corps. I've been following jackasses my whole life. Now, when I tell this out in like a Chamber of Commerce, they go, that's a terrible story. I mean, this Marine just said that Marine officers were all jackasses. And I said, no. You have to understand what this story says. First of all, these Marines were mission-oriented. They wanted to get the job done. Second, they were extremely disciplined. They could have fired on the 4 Afghan nationals, but the rules of engagement wouldn't let them do that unless they knew for certain that they were combatants. They're incredibly innovative. I mean, they come up with stuff that just blows your mind every day. And they have a wicked sense of humor, and they're unafraid to turn it on their superiors. Now, I could tell a story like this about a soldier, about sailors, about airmen, guardians, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, and the DoD civilians who guard our nation every day. But I'm a Marine, so I tell a Marine story. Those are the type of men and women that guard us every day. So I would like to thank John and Roger and the trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute for this singular honor. I'd also like to thank all those who made this venue so memorable. It's just an unbelievable gathering of people and ideas. And I'd like to thank everybody here in the audience, because whether you know or not, you're all part of the all-volunteer force too. And you contribute to our national security every day. Last but not least, go Navy, beat Army.
Let's give one more round of applause for honorees. That was amazing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are drawing to a close. But let me assure you, this next and final panel is a grand finale. But before we go there, a few thank yous are in order, so please indulge me as I go through and acknowledge the people who are critical to making sure this event was a success we've all enjoyed today. First, I want to acknowledge our trustees, Mr. Joe Lonsdale, as well as Governor Pete Wilson and his wife, Gail. Thank you so much for all your support and for being here today. Thank you. I want to thank all of our partners who make possible this convening and the vital conversations that have been taking place across 3 stages throughout the day. And our deepest gratitude goes to our panelists and moderators, all of them luminaries in their own right, as well as to Secretary Austin for keynoting today's forum. To Joanne Drake, Melissa Giller, and the entire staff here in Simi Valley, and the team in Washington, D.C., which I have the honor of leading. The foundation team here at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute is just first class and makes President Reagan proud, I am sure, every day. They have coordinated in a masterful way this wonderful and highly complex event. So thank you. That deserves its own round of applause. To the Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum Executive Committee, Bob Cochran, Rachel Hoff, and Meredith Steza, thank you so much for making me absolutely irrelevant. Thank you. And of course, thanks to each and every one of you. As you all know, we missed last year. So we hope that the RNDF tradition can now continue uninterrupted year after year. So I look forward to welcoming you all back next year. Now, one last thank you is in order, and this one is bittersweet. As many of you know, this will be John Hybush's last RNDF serving as Executive Director of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. What is perhaps less well known is that without John Hybush, we would not have RNDF. About a decade ago, Bob Cochran and I proposed doing this forum to John. We were out here with then Chairman Buck McKeon. He was giving a speech, and we were brainstorming, and this idea came up. And we thought success might look like with 100, 200 folks in the room maybe, a couple members of Congress perhaps, a trustee or two, maybe a Department of Defense official and someone with a couple of stars in their shoulder. John demanded more immediately, and he was right. He knew before any of us what RNDF could become: a visionary and a builder. That really sums up John Hybush. We're going to miss him. To close out our forum, as become our convention here, we are fortunate to hear from two former Secretaries of Defense in conversation. I refer to this as the Panetta panel. Each served with distinction across various branches of government and policy entities, bucking political pressures when necessary for the good of the nation. Both began their careers wearing the uniform of the United States Army. There we go, thank you. One served in elective office before joining the executive branch. The other built a career on Capitol Hill and in the private sector. Neither, we're grateful, is a stranger to the Reagan National Defense Forum. And so we're really pleased they have joined us once again. But most importantly, we're grateful for their service to this nation. Now, we've asked them here not to relive the past, but we all know we like a good story or two. Hopefully we get one or two today. But we want him here to guide us into the future, sharing experiences and perspectives that so few possess. And with that, we now give them the final word of this year's topic, quote, enduring challenges and strategic choices. Ladies and gentlemen, joined on stage by Bill Hemmer of Fox News, please welcome the 23rd and 27th United States Secretaries of Defense, Leon Panetta and Mark Esper.
I see you.
Good to see you. They're getting a second to put some chairs up there and all that.
Great program.
Secretary, the Panetta panel, you like that?
Got it.
They're going to bring some chairs out here. Thank you so much for being back.
Great. It's good.
Okay, they're going to give you a chair here.
How's everybody doing? They all made it to the last panel. Good evening and welcome to California. While we get the stage set up, did anyone see the sunset tonight? Anyone? Stunner. What I remember the year that Ronald Reagan passed, I was working at CNN, and we came out to the library on that Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and all that marine layer fog you've seen every day, the library was socked in with it. Then we went to Washington, D.C. for the ceremonies there, and then the president's body was flown back here. And it was just Nancy and the kids, and they were out here by the place of burial. And all that June swoon fog lifted that afternoon, and the TV cameras caught the sunset in the west. As you remember, when he wrote his goodbye letter, when he was telling the world about Alzheimer's, he was now entering the sunset of his life, and I thought it was most appropriate. So tonight, I thought, hell, welcome home. So how are you doing? You all right? Roger told me if I don't get 2 dams and a hell out of Panetta, I haven't done my job. So I don't know what's going to happen over the next 45 minutes, but we're going to find out together. So good evening, everybody. Secretary Panetta, nice to see you again.
Good to see you,
Secretary Esper, nice to see you as well. 2 of these people on stage are not suing their former employer. Any guesses? Secretary Esper, current litigation notwithstanding, what do they want to keep from the public record?
Well, I think, first of all, as I've said publicly, I think the American people deserve a full and unvarnished accounting of an important moment in their history, in our history. And in my mind, that's the second half of the Trump administration. And so any attempt to kind of redact information that is clearly not classified should be allowed to be read, to be known. And my view, I will always respect our national security and not publish classified information. But look, when you're asked to not publish things that may make people uncomfortable or may include discussions that were had that may be sensitive in the sense that they talk about government and whatnot, that's, to me, it's not in keeping with a fundamental principle of democracy, and that is transparency.
Well, you clearly felt a reason to submit what you did.
Well, for those reasons, I think.
So what do you want us to learn about?
So what you will learn is in May, my book, A Sacred Oath, will be published. I'm sorry, I should say A Sacred Oath again. It's on Amazon right now. So you'll have a chance to read it at that point in time.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who wants to write another book on Trump ought to have the opportunity to do that.
I am shocked. How is this administration doing, do you think?
The Biden administration? Well, it depends on what part you look at. I think when it comes to foreign policy and defense, I thought they had a strong start. I think the president's outreach to allies and partners was strong. I think the bringing together the Quad in the first several weeks was very important. A lot of good talk, tough talk on China. But I have not seen the follow through on many things, and clearly the withdrawal from Afghanistan was a debacle. So
we're going to get into a lot of that over the next 40, 45 minutes or so. And that's all I'm going to get on the book, right?
That's all you're going to get for today. But if you go on Amazon right now, A Sacred Oath.
So I hear they're doing a good job. Secretary Panetta, great to see you in person. This guy was tremendous to us during the COVID years. And always generous with his time. So nice to see you again in person.
Good to see you, Bill.
Let's talk about Ukraine. You saw the report earlier today. U.S. intel suggests under 75,000 troops within a month or two. Maybe that happens. Present numbers around 75,000. They invaded a year after you left. So that's February of 2014. Short of reading Putin's mind, what do you think we should be doing?
Well, look, Putin is not a mystery. He shouldn't be a mystery. He's a bully. When he senses weakness on the part of the United States, he's going to take advantage of it. That's why he went into the Crimea. That's why he went into the Ukraine. That's why he went into Syria. That's why he went to Libya. And that's why he did a cyber attack on the United States to try to destabilize this country when it comes to our elections. So Putin is going to take advantage if he sees that there's weakness. And I think what he's doing now is he's testing Biden. Biden has been much more forthright in dealing with Putin, calling him for what he is and saying, don't interfere with our infrastructure, et cetera. And they clearly are sending signals to Putin right now, as they should, about the consequences of an invasion. But I don't think there's any question that this is a dangerous moment, and nobody ought to underestimate it. It's a dangerous moment because the CIA has basically said there's the likelihood of 175,000 troops there on the border, and that there's a good likelihood that they're planning an attack in the early part of this next year. I think the Biden administration has to make very clear to Mr. Putin what the price will be if he does that. The only key right now is strong deterrence. And the way you establish strong deterrence is to say to Mr. Putin, if you do this, this is what we're going to do to you. And lay it out, particularly with regards to cyber and the capability of cyber. I think we've got to lay out that he's going to have to pay a price. And hopefully when the president speaks to Putin on Tuesday, that's the message he'll get across. The only way you deal with a bully is to make clear that there is a price to be paid if he tries to take advantage of the moment.
So back in 2014, Joe Biden's vice president. Do you think that, and you suggested that Putin is testing Biden again. He was largely successful, took Crimea, that war went on for some time. Does he think he can be successful again under this new administration that he had tested once before?
Yeah, no. Well, there's no question that this is a test. And Putin is trying to figure out whether he can get away with it. The danger here is that if we do not take a strong stand and try to deter Putin, and Putin does invade the Ukraine, I think that'll send a terrible message to the world with regards to both strength of the United States, but also the fact that Putin, again, is engaging in aggression with regards to the Ukraine and other countries. And I think it has to make NATO and it has to make the United States a hell of a lot more nervous about what can happen next.
Yeah. What I recall from 2014, Mr. Secretary, is Republicans were hitting the administration, the Obama administration, for sending blankets. That was the line. And I just posed the question, what should we be doing if our intelligence is seeing what it's seeing now on the eastern flank?
Well, first of all, I agree that, look, Putin's an autocrat, and you have to show resolve, and you have to be tough and firm with him. And I think there are a few things that we could do immediately. I do think you need to look at the diplomatic, economic, financial, and military. On the military side, we should be looking at sending additional arms. So a few years ago, we began sending, for example, Javelin anti-tank missiles. We could do that. We could obviously provide logistics support if they need it. But we should look at what they need and look to fulfill that. I think the important thing, too, is we have to multilateralize this. It just can't be the United States helping Ukraine. We should lead, but we should look at all of our other NATO allies and get their participation as well, and make sure we send all the proper signals. But we cannot, to the points that Leon made so well, is we have to stand up to Putin. We cannot allow him to pull this off. If he does, it will not sate his appetite. He will look for other areas to do this. I mean, the simple fact that he's asking for some type of commitment from the United States not to ever admit not only Ukraine, but Georgia as well into NATO is utterly ridiculous. The only people that make that decision is NATO. as to who joins the alliance.
Do either of you think the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is now viewed as a mistake to go ahead and grant the continued construction of the pipeline? Did Putin see that as a suggestion that I can do what I want?
Well, I'm not so sure as to how Putin read that situation, although, look, let's put this in context. We had a number of years where it appeared the United States was withdrawing from a leadership role in the world. And as a result of that, we were undermining alliances. We were pulling back from agreements. We were basically sending a message that this is about America first, and that we were not going to be playing the role of world leader. So clearly, Putin read that and said, okay, the United States is withdrawing from the world. I'm going to take advantage of it. I think Biden, because of his experience, tried to send a clearer signal to Putin. He also believes, I think, in the importance of the United States being a world leader. I happen to believe the United States needs to be a world leader. We need to have a strong defense. We need to have a strong diplomacy. And most importantly, we need to make clear that we're going to build strong alliances in order to confront our adversaries, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, or whether it's Iran or North Korea. So those are the important messages to send. And so Putin, I think, hearing what Biden is saying, and look, this is always the test, as we know. Presidents can say what they're going to do, but an adversary is going to test whether or not you're going to back up your words with actions. That's what's going on right now, and that's what Putin's doing. Putin is testing whether the United States is, in fact, going to draw a line here with regards to the Ukraine. And how that plays out is going to tell us a lot about what ultimately happens.
Let's talk about Afghanistan. You mentioned a few moments ago, Mr. Secretary. Let's say you're back in your old job. Would you do it? Kidding. Commander-in-Chief comes to you in March or April and says, we're getting out. And comes back in August again and says, we're leaving. What would you have done in terms of advice or execution?
Well, President Trump did want to withdraw our troops precipitously in the fall of 2020, and I pushed back in a classified memo saying, I do not support it for these reasons, whether it was our presence, what it would do to our Afghan partners, the impact it would have on the NATO allies that were there in country as well. So I think, the duty of a cabinet officer is to give the commander-in-chief their best advice and recommendation on the way ahead. I was a big believer. First of all, I thought it was time to leave Afghanistan, but there's a way to leave and there was a way not to leave. And what you saw this past summer was the way not to leave. My view was we should give the peace deal a chance. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't great, but it was good enough. And I thought we could have pushed on that further, used the presence of the U.S. military, because the two levers we had left at that point was the presence of the United States military and our allies, and the ability to inflict violence upon the Taliban to get our way. And I thought we should have started toggling those levers more to get the Taliban to the table they were at the table, to negotiate seriously with the Afghan government. I would have tried to run that peace deal through as far as it went, and if it didn't succeed, then you consider the next step. Do you go a little bit lower? Do you keep a permanent presence in Afghanistan? Because at the end of the day, you need to go back to the reason why we went in the first place. And the reason why we went in was to make sure that Afghanistan was never again a safe haven for terrorism. We can't say that today with confidence. In fact, you've heard our military say we could see Al-Qaeda, for example, return within a matter of months. So I think you've got to go back to first principles. I think you have to look at how it plays out. But and then, of course, you always owe the president your honest, frank advice.
I think what a lot of us have thought about, I think in the foreign policy realm especially, since that mid-August date and everything that happened over the 2 weeks since, on a scale of 1 to 10, the chaos in Kabul, how much of that hangover has affected this administration? Do you draw a line between Kabul and the Ukrainian border? Do you draw a line between the images that we saw on television and how Putin has decided to act now?
Well, look, regardless of how you felt about the decision to withdraw, and I think, Mark thinks that it was time, and there are others that, that were hoping we would be able to remain. But regardless of how you feel, the fact is when a president makes a decision, the test of that decision is whether it is executed properly. As a former chief of staff, the president makes a decision, then damn it, it has to be executed effectively. And I think what happened here was that for whatever reason, the planning process did not take into consideration the contingencies as to what could happen. And it strikes me that anybody who was looking at that situation and saw what the Taliban was doing, saw the collapse of the Afghan government in rapid order, should have said to themselves, my God, this thing could happen a hell of a lot faster than anybody imagined. What do we do about that? What's our contingency? As secretaries of defense, that's what the hell we're paid to do, is to look at every possible danger point and figure out a plan how to deal with it. And look at every contingency and figure out a plan as to what you do. That's what we're paid to do. So the fact that, those contingencies were not planned for, and it resulted in the chaos that we saw happen, was a failure. We paid a price for that in terms of the message it sent. But bigger than that, we have paid a price in terms of the Taliban now being back in charge of Afghanistan and providing a safe haven for who? For terrorists. Intelligence tells us that al-Qaeda could very well, within the next 6 to 8 months, reorganize itself and have the potential to attack our country again. So it becomes a national security threat again to have Taliban in charge of Afghanistan. The reason we went to war after 9/11, two things: to go after bin Laden and to go after those who conducted the attack, but number two, to make sure that Afghanistan would never again become a safe haven for terrorists. We completed the first mission, we lost the second mission.
Who dropped the ball?
Well, there's a lot of people to blame when it comes to a 20-year war and what took place, and a lot of mistakes were made. I really do think that after we got bin Laden, that was an opportunity to sit back and look at that larger mission as to what are we doing? What do we need to achieve the mission? Because we knew some of the things weren't working. We knew what the danger points were, but everybody kind of crossed their fingers and hoped for the best. The most important thing about a military mission is that you need a clear mission, you need to know what the hell you're trying to achieve, and you need to have a point when you get the hell out. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, those elements were never really looked at.
So
there's a lot of people to blame.
Same question to you then, that I asked Secretary Esper then. Your boss is the commander-in-chief, and he says, we're getting out. And maybe the military made contingency plans for A, B, C, all the way to Z, and perhaps it wasn't sufficient. But the commander-in-chief is still saying, we got a date circled on the calendar and we're gone. What would you have done in a scenario such as that?
Well, I have to tell you that the thing you have to do is to say, President's made a decision, how the hell are we going to execute it? What are the problems? What are the contingencies? What are the dangers? Are we prepared to deal with it in a way that will safeguard our troops and that will safeguard U.S. citizens and that will safeguard our Afghan allies? You gotta put that plan on the table. And I think there was a sense that, we've made the decision to withdraw. Look, the military salutes. I know the military said our job is to withdraw now, and the military will withdraw. But you have to ask the question, what are the contingencies that could go wrong? That's a responsibility of the president, but it's also a responsibility of the staff.
What do you want to add on that, Mark?
Well, I think it's also just not a defense problem, right? This is a State Department, it's an interagency problem. And I think so much of the focus became on DOD. But you have to rewind the clock back to March when this happened, when the president made the decision. I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't have accelerated the special immigrant visa program at that time, right? We should have been able to get those folks out. We should have known where every American is in that country and where they were. Instead, we end up withdrawing and leaving Americans behind, which is inexcusable. So I think it's an intragovernmental problem. I think one of the fallouts of it created tension within the cabinet between the departments. Clearly, I think you talked about earlier, Bill, where is this administration now? I think they lost their footing there for a while, and I think there's still some of that out there stirring around as to what happened with Afghanistan, and I think the Russians are looking at all this. But I don't think you're going to find much disagreement between us in terms of what you have to do. If the president gives an order, you have to execute, and that means very thorough planning, and it's always, you hope for the best, but you plan for the worst. Yeah. And the worst was that government was going to collapse. I agree that after the killing of bin Laden would have been a good time to look, because look, we've known for years, corruption was endemic in that country, number one, from all the way to the top to the bottom. And that's a hard foundation upon which to build a sustainable democracy. And secondly, is you can't want it more than they do. And when you look at the desertion rates and whatnot in the Afghan military, those should have been, and for me, were red flags about how long would this be sustainable after our departure? Because if not, you're in there for the long haul. You're in there for multiple generations. And so it's all those little things that you have to take into account when you look at the broader problem.
Yeah. China, President Xi may or may not order an invasion of Taiwan. I thought Secretary Austin's comment earlier today was interesting. He said it looks a lot like rehearsals. What do we do about Taiwan?
Again, it's the same scenario with regards to any of our adversaries in the world, that you have to deal with them from strength. And you have to make clear to them what are the areas that should not be crossed. You've got to make clear to China the areas that we think create problems for us, like the South China Sea, like Taiwan, like Hong Kong, like human rights, the other issues that we care about, and what needs to be done. And the important thing is to do that from a position of strength, which means that we do need to have a strong military presence in the Pacific, both with our Navy and our Marines and others, our Air Force, so that when you're talking to China, you're not talking about pretty please. You are talking to them from a position of strength. And I think it has to be made clear to them that Taiwan is crossing a line.
Have you war gamed this in your head if Beijing were to go into Taipei, and what comes from that?
Well, look, any conflict with China
where does a military conflict like that, how does that evolve throughout all of Southeast Asia?
I think you have to first focus on deterring the fight.
You have to avoid the fight in the first, prevent it, and it gets back to having the strength. And the strength means a number of things to me. You have to have a very strong and capable and ready military, something that I try to spend a lot of time on, focusing how do we build a bigger, better Navy, for example? How do we reposition forces in the Indo-Pacific? How do you multilateralize the program, the issue as well? Look, I think the AUKUS deal is a great deal. It was in terms of providing Australia capability, but also in terms of strengthening the relationship between our three countries. I think the Quad needs to continue to be expanded. We should be looking at bringing Korea in there, South Korea into the fold. But we also need to show our own resolve. So during my tenure, we picked up the number of freedom of navigation operations that would run through the South China Sea or through the Taiwan Strait. We pursued more engagement with Taiwan. All those things need to continue. And frankly, I think we need to have a fundamental relook at our policy toward China. I think it's built on some circumstances that are no longer relevant or are less relevant today than they were in 1979. And we should reevaluate, where are we going with this relationship? Because it is the greatest strategic challenge for the United States and arguably for the world's democracies in the 21st century.
Let's cover that a little deeper here, because what Secretary Austin also said earlier today is that China is not 10 feet tall. But you start to think about the attention they're getting in American media now, and rightfully so, with what President Xi is doing internally and the decisions he's making, et cetera. And the Reagan survey this year, one of the first, certainly not the last survey that's going to show this, I would contend, to point out the change in how Americans view Beijing. The change since 1918 is the most glaring. There's a clear majority that now thinks that China is the greatest threat. Secretary Panetta, do you believe President Trump should get credit for putting attention on the Chinese communist system and its party when he first came into office?
Well, look, there's no question President Trump recognized China as an adversary. I didn't agree with the steps he took with regards to trade and starting a trade war with China. And I didn't agree with other policies with regards to how to deal with China. But, I think he did identify China as an adversary better than the way he dealt with Putin, which I thought was a disaster. You don't stand up next to a guy like Putin and then say that you trust Russian intelligence better than you trust U.S. intelligence. I thought that was an outrage. So, yeah, we need to identify China as an adversary and as a competitor, and I think you heard from Secretary Austin that's pretty much the approach that that we're taking. But look, China itself also saw weakness on the part of the United States. And China, because the United States, we withdrew from the trade agreement, we withdrew from other approaches, we were undermining our alliances, so they read weakness, and China basically took advantage of that, the way Putin took advantage of it. So China has, we know what they're doing with regards to investing in the military. We know what they're doing in space. We know what they're doing on technology. We know what they're doing with the Belt and Road Initiative and investing in countries and building ports. So China basically, and they've made clear, Xi has made clear, that China is going to replace the United States as a world leader. There's no game here. He's made it clear. And so recognizing that, and that's why the American people are concerned about it, because he's been very clear about their effort to take over as world leader. It is critical for the United States to develop a comprehensive approach to dealing with China. Look, for too long, and this is a personal gripe, I think for too long in the last few administrations, that the way you approach issues is through crisis management. There is no comprehensive approach to developing national security policy or foreign policy. I think the last time we did that was probably in the Clinton administration, where we basically defined where are our national security interests, What are we going to do to protect those security interests? What are the steps that we're going to take to protect this country? There's nothing wrong with developing a comprehensive policy as to what the hell the United States stands for. We need to do that rather than simply responding to crisis.
I'm going to pile on there, but first I heard him say hell, so that's one. So, look, we could talk about showing operational resolve, which I think we need to do, whether it's in the region, South China Sea, you name it. But there's strategic resolve at the political level. And I know this will resonate with this crowd, but it's ridiculous that 2 days ago we're sitting on the precipice of a government shutdown, or that we're now dealing with a CR that Lord knows how long it will last. This cuts deep into the ability of the DoD and others to defend this country. Flat budgets just don't cut it when you're competing and challenging China. And so we need to do a far better job here in the United States at the political level with our elected leaders showing that resolve. I think it's in the Senate now for 6-7 months. A bill has been sitting that would pump money into our economy, that would firm up some of the industries that are ashore, such as and bring them ashore, such as semiconductors. Why that is still sitting and has not been passed is just mind-boggling. But we have to show that political resolve here in the United States and then export it to our allies and partners in Asia and in Europe, our NATO allies, you name it. And we have to bring everybody together. This is a major strategic challenge for all democracies for the 21st century, because China does want to rule the global order. They want to change international norms, rules, and institutions. And if we're not careful, we could very slip well into that.
So let me jump on that, because I think that's a really important point. Look, we talk about China, you talk about Russia, you talk about North Korea, you can talk about Iran, cyber problems. But I have to tell you, I think the biggest security threat we face is the dysfunction in Washington, because of what Mark just defined. If Republicans and Democrats cannot work together to govern this country and to make decisions on appropriations, to make decisions on a defense bill, to make decisions on the debt limit, to make decisions that are in the interest of this country, then people are going to look at our democracy and say, they can't govern. And if we want to tell other countries how to govern, we've got to learn to govern ourselves. And the biggest concern I have right now is this political division and partisanship between the parties that makes them unable to come together on major issues and be able to find answers to the problems our democracy is facing. This is a fundamental issue, and I only see it getting worse, not better.
How is that broken, or who breaks it?
I think it's both parties bear the blame for where we're at. I tell the students at the Panetta Institute that in a democracy, we govern either by leadership or by crisis. If leadership is there and willing to take the risks associated with leadership, and make no mistake about it, if you're going to lead, you're going to have to take risks. If you're not willing to take those risks, you're not going to be able to lead. And so we'll basically govern by crisis. And that's largely the way our democracy has functioned in the last few years, is we wait for crisis. Oh, we're about to go off the cliff. We're about to shut down the government. We're about to default on the debt. We're about to do this. For God's sakes, responsible governing is about not allowing crisis to happen. It's about finding ways to solve those crises. And so there's a desperate need for leadership that is willing to take risks in order to do that. Both parties have now, in many ways, placed party above nation. And I think it's important to place nation above party.
You've obviously given this a lot of consideration. One second, Mark. Can you pinpoint a moment or an event where you felt that the fever started rising and it hasn't broken since? When was that? You've obviously given this a lot of consideration with your students, et cetera.
Look,
when you look back at even recent history, there had to be a moment where you said,
no, I've been in public life for 50 years. I've often said I've seen Washington at its best, and I've seen Washington at its worst. I mean, the good news is I saw Washington work. You know, when I went back as a legislative assistant to Tom Kuechel, who was a senator from California, he was the minority whip under Everett Dirksen, who was the minority leader. But there were a lot of moderate Republicans, Jacob Javits, Hugh Scott, George Aiken, others, and they worked with people like Jackson and Magnuson and Sam Ervin and others to solve issues. Because, yeah, they had their political differences, but on the big issues, they worked together. When I got elected to Congress, Tip O'Neill was the speaker. You know, Democrat from Massachusetts. But he had a great relationship with Bob Michel, who was the minority leader from Illinois. Did they have their political differences? Of course. But when it came to big issues, they worked together. I mean, under the Reagan administration, we passed Social Security reform on a bipartisan basis. That's the third rail of politics. We passed Social Security reform. We passed immigration reform, bipartisan. We passed tax reform, bipartisan. We worked on budgets together. We were willing to work together because it was in the interest of the country. And frankly, when you govern, both parties benefit politically. That's what we've got to learn now, because I think what has happened is that both parties in the fight for power have decided that power is more important than governing. And so when the Republicans are out of office, they're going to fight like hell to get back in power, no matter what the hell it takes. And the Democrats have been doing the same thing. And I understand the power game, but again, the reason they're elected is not just to protect their rear end. The reason they're elected is to govern this country.
Go ahead, Mark.
Well, he's hit all my main points and bottom lines, but it deserves repeating because it does take leadership, and it takes leadership from the center. And Leon's absolutely right. It's about the oath to the Constitution. I mean, this is not a plug, but it's why I named my memoir A Sacred Oath. We all...
That's pretty good.
I actually did not mean it as a plug that time. But look, everybody in Washington, if you're in elected office or appointed office, you swear that same oath to the Constitution. And that is when you set aside your party, your president, your philosophy, and you have to govern and do what's best for the country. And I just don't see enough of that these days.
I wonder
it's going to take that leadership if we're going to be able to take on China and Russia and others in the decades ahead.
Just have about 2 minutes left here. I just wonder about the laundry list of things you just ticked off here. It's great stuff. I would have to go back in my mind and do a quick Google search to find out if divided government was there for all the things that passed that you just
we talked about this back there in the green room, that we both agree a divided government tends to produce better, more durable solutions in the long run.
If you're willing to make a deal.
Yeah.
If you're willing to make a deal.
2 minutes left, gentlemen. I talked about the Reagan survey. We found this thing, and it seems thematic. I don't know if you agree or disagree with it, but this is what the survey showed. The mood is similar today in America to when President Reagan took office 40 years ago in 1981, with hints of a U.S. decline. Secretary Esper, how much have you thought about that today?
Well, I was a little bit younger back then, but I still remember those days. It was the era of malaise, right? And Reagan's entry into the Oval Office in 1980 was a reason why I decided to go to West Point and serve my country. But no, I don't think it's like it was then. I mean, there were far different circumstances. If you recall, I think Russia invaded, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. We had deep energy issues. There was a malaise throughout the country. We're not there. But I do think it gets back to our last topic, is we need strong, sturdy leadership from the White House that is focused on, from the center, what's best for the country. and show a better example where we bring people together, where it's bipartisan governing to get to do what's best for the country.
As we wrap this up, just go ahead and wax poetic for us as you consider what Americans are saying about how they feel about the direction.
Well, no, it's understandable. Look, Americans look at Washington now and see a lot of dysfunction, see people saying crazy things, you know, the game playing, the kind of silliness, frankly, that is going on. And what do you think? I mean, the American people are out there. They're trying to earn a living. They're trying to avoid COVID. They're trying to pay for decent housing. They're trying to pay for an education for their kids and be able to make it. And they look at Washington and these guys that are not coming together to deal with the issues that they're worried about. And of course it creates distrust. Of course it creates a sense that, you know, our democracy is not in good shape. And that's understandable. But I also believe, I mean, I happen to believe in American leadership. The fact is this country's been through hell for over 200 years of our history. We've been through civil wars, we've been through world wars, we've been through recessions, we've been through depressions. Leadership has always risen to the occasion. And I think it will again. But I'm afraid this isn't going to happen from the top down. I think it's only going to happen when we, the people, decide that we need stronger leadership to help govern this country.
Thank you for your time. For the record, we did have 2 hell mentions, no dams, and Amazon 6 times. Secretary Esper, good luck with the book. Secretary Panetta, terrific seeing you again in person. Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 2021 Reagan National Defense Forum. Please join us for a closing reception, which will begin with wine and light refreshments through the Rui Terrace and beautiful overlook, and will follow into the main courtyard through the lobby for the main reception.